Okay, folks, good morning. Thank you for your patience. I call this meeting to order at 9:11 a.m. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Perea.
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Carbasi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next is the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation will be by Hmong leader Zhang Vang, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember Maxwell. Everyone please stand.
Kalau saya kong saya mong terpe cho nó cho chữ nhau pe lu rõ luôn đồng Fresno lúc nào của tua nó của tua chơi này cho nó cho chữ cho công cho mong cha này lu mới mỏ cha này lu hư chỉ cả này tua lao cả tua đâu hú cả lúc nào cha này trong đó cha này lu trong nó trong chữ cha này lu trong nó trong hồ cha này lu trong nhà trong cu cả sơ còn đó lúc nào này sẽ được tua lao cả chỉ to cả này hai lù ở nhung cờ lì so nên cái ha này hai lù cả ở nông từ lì giờ ra lúc nào này tua lao cả tua đâu hú chụp mà được tệ chụp lo được tơ này tua lần lo sang lo hai là cả sang dầu hai là bê cho làm mê bê sang cả sẽ đầm long cái cả này là lao cả là một cho bê luôn trong Fresno cả chính cả nhà non đó còn cha còn to mong lù trong tiệt tí thế nên là thế cả tàu nhà tàu xe là một kho sẽ được lúa rõ nó cả mua hậu cho tu lúa là lúc nó cả này sẽ được tua ăn nương cái bánh mê là cả sẽ được nó cả tàu cú lúa hải nó sư giờ thì cú hải tàu chơi là thọ cả luôn tu lúa tê cho cú nó cú chữ tàu đoàn đa lời một nhau đôi dân thì là sơ công phòng mong đó này sẽ đời cái này tàu tàu cha cho lũ cú hải đó này sẽ đời còn nó cú hải là sư của tròn tàu.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council Member. Okay, next is the approval of the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
We do have a few changes to the agenda. First, I'd like to announce we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translation available via Zoom. We also have Spanish in-house translators, and they will let the audience know the services they have available.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Carrasco. We're with Focus Interpreting. We have Spanish interpretation available. Anybody who needs a headset, we will be located in the back of the auditorium. Buenos días a todos. Solamente queremos anunciar que tenemos interpretación en español. Estamos con la agencia Focus Interpreting. Si alguien necesita unos audífonos para poder escuchar la interpretación, puede encontrarnos en la sala, en la parte atrás de la sala. Gracias.
Thank you. And as for changes to the agenda, first, I'd like to announce we do have an additional ceremonial item that is for proclamation for Norwegian Constitution Day that is being sponsored by Councilmember Perea. The item is being added to the afternoon ceremonial presentation. We have item 200, that is file ID 25-549, regarding a bill for introduction amending section 7-1101 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to business licenses. The co-sponsors have amended the agenda title to read, amending section 7-1101 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to business licenses, exemptions for honorably discharged or honorably relieved veterans, Small Enterprise Relief for Veteran Entrepreneurs, SERVE Act. And as for items removed from the agenda, first we have the 5:35 p.m. item, that is ID 25-598, that is consideration of the plan amendment, rezone application, and related environmental assessments for P23-03006. At the request of the applicant, the Planning and Development Department is continuing this item to June 12, 2025. Then we have consent calendar item 2K, that is file ID 25-700. That's the resolution declaring the official intent to use proceeds of future indebtedness to reimburse the city for certain expenditures related to capital costs of the Pave More Now, Pay Later program. That was tabled by Vice President Arias. Then we have closed session item 5D, that is file ID 25-698. That is the K. Mosley case. That item was removed by the city attorney's office. And now we have items moved to the contested consent for further discussion. First is 2Q, that is file ID 25-426, approving the service agreements with Elevate Community Services for the operation of the following 3 emergency shelters. That item was moved to the contested consent by Vice President Arias. And finally, we have consent calendar item 2NN, that is file ID 25-667, rejecting all proposals of a contract for purchase of mobile fare payments and mobility as a service platform. That item was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Maxwell. I've received no additional changes.
City Clerk, I believe the Vice President has a modification on 2K.
Thank you, Council President. I do want to modify it to have the item return at the next council meeting with a workshop to the council. This is ultimately a $100 million decision that I believe requires a full conversation prior to us commencing the approval process.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? We'll start with District 1. Council Vice President? No. Okay, sorry. Councilmember Maxwell? Okay. Councilmember Vang? None. Councilmember Esparza? No. Councilmember Richardson?
Nope.
You guys are easy today, and I have none myself. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Council Vice President. Any opposition? Motion passes 7-0. So the fun part of the day.
Council, may I get clarification on 2K? A workshop is requested on which day?
Next council meeting?
Hold on.
Next council meeting.
Next council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So the part of the day where we all agree on everything, it's the ceremonial presentations. And the first up, this is a fun one. It's a proclamation for Teachers and School Nurses Appreciation Week. The sponsors are myself and Councilmember Maxwell. We have our FTA folks, come on up.
Face this way. Yes. Awesome. Well, good morning, everybody. It is an honor to be standing here today with our Fresno Unified Teachers and our Fresno Unified Nurses, both represented by the Fresno Teachers Association, for no other reason than to just show the city of Fresno's support and unwavering solidarity with our Fresno Teachers Association. I'm really proud of a lot of the work that we did my first term in office collectively as a city council, right? We passed $500 million to go towards things like homelessness and shelter, to beef up public safety, to fight things like poverty and drug abuse. And when I think we've made a significant impact in the city of Fresno, but I think after reflecting on my first term, it's become abundantly clear that there's no amount of money that you could throw at the back end of these problems that are gonna solve them, right? Another $100 million might make a difference towards homelessness. It ain't gonna cure homelessness. These issues get solved not on the back end, they get solved on the front end, and that's investing in our children. It's making sure that they don't fall into these cycles of poverty and homelessness and abuse. And early intervention is so important, and that's why the people standing behind me are so important, because that's the work that they do each and every single day. Is they're advocates for the children, they're advocates for the teachers and for the nurses who do so much to support our youth. I've always maintained that if an issue does not get solved at a Fresno Unified issue, in a matter of time, it will become a City of Fresno issue. And these folks behind me fight so hard each and every single day, despite all the obstacles that they have, right? Classroom sizes are too big. Teachers do not get paid enough. Supplies are always too low, and yet these folks continue to advocate every single year to make sure that students and teachers have all the resources they need and go above and beyond what you would think that Fresno teachers would advocate for. They have now ensured that they're going to start getting housing for students coming up. Has that already been secured? They're already starting to make sure that they're securing housing for our students. And that's the kind of early intervention that we need, is making sure that our students have everything that they need to succeed so that when they become adults, they can enter the workforce and they're set up for success. That doesn't happen without amazing teachers to make sure that they have everything that they need, and it doesn't happen without amazing nurses who make sure that those kids are happy and healthy. So on behalf of the City of Fresno, I just wanted to thank all of you for what you do every single day. It means a lot, and the City of Fresno will always have your back. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I just want to thank you all for being here. About 2 years ago, I think I was with my dad, went to the AAA office, and I saw Mrs. Taniguchi, my kindergarten teacher, and I hadn't seen her in 20 years. And immediately, it took me way back, and it filled me with warm feelings and memories of my very formative years. And I think all of us, if we look back, we have that 1, 2, 3, or more teachers that were really instrumental in our upbringing. It's just a very warm feeling. But you know, times have really changed. The classroom isn't quite what it used to be. There's a lot of pressures, and I'm sure Dr. Bond can tell us about some of the pressures our kids are facing, from food insecurity, financial insecurity, but they do act out a lot, and our teachers are taking a lot that they never took when I was in school. And I really thank FTA for being an advocate for our teachers and our nurses, because only through organizing together will you have the voice, because you know, sometimes you have to speak up to make sure that classroom sizes are appropriate sized, or that when a teacher is attacked by a student, we get help for the student, but we also make sure the teacher has backup, and that the administration is making sure to do their best to provide support. You guys face tough times, and without your advocacy, I don't think our teachers would have that quality of life. And Fresno Unified is the third largest district in the state. And they have big district problems. So you guys have really taken on a role unlike any other iteration of FTA administration, and you've really gone to advocate for the welfare of our students. And that's a very big deal, because they face complicated issues. So kudos to you and to your members and to our nurses as well. So thank you so much. I'm going to pass it on to you.
Well, first of all, thank you on behalf of all of our educators, school nurses, school counselors, social workers, trades professionals. Just thank you to the City of Fresno, to Councilmember Maxwell, Council President Carbasi. Thank you. What they said is absolutely right. Our educators don't just care in the classroom and love on our students in the classroom, all 74,000 students in Fresno Unified, but we come together collectively to make an impact outside of the classroom as well, whether it be a mental health app that will be launching here pretty soon that is accessible not just to our students but to all of the households, whether it be about housing, food insecurity in regards to our community schools or otherwise. We're here to serve. And I thank you again, because it shows that it is a collective lift. It isn't just the teachers, it isn't just Fresno Unified, but a collective Fresno that is going to make the change that's necessary to reimagine education and to build schools that are based off of love and caring. So just thank you for that.
Would you like to say something on behalf of the nurses?
I want to appreciate you for recognizing school nurses. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen often enough, so we truly appreciate it. Sorry. There are not enough school nurses in Fresno Unified in most districts at all. The children physical health acuity has changed tremendously over the 25 years that I've been here, and we're jeopardizing our children. They can't learn if they're not healthy. Teachers can't teach if they don't know what to look for the health conditions of the students. So again, truly appreciate you recognizing us, and hopefully that will put us on the board to get the volume of nurses that are needed to care for our children in Fresno Unified. Thank you.
Anybody else like to say? Not too late. I think it goes without saying, when our teachers succeed, when our nurses succeed, our children succeed, and when our children succeed, the city of Fresno does well. So I'll let the clerk read the proclamation, but before he does so, let me just read this last part, and that now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the week of May 5th to May 9th, 2025 as Teachers and School Nurses Appreciation Week in the city of Fresno. Congratulations, you guys. City Clerk. And then, ma'am, I'll hand that to you.
Whereas the Fresno Teacher Association, FTA, is proudly recognized during Teacher and School Nurses Appreciation Week for its steadfast commitment to education, health, and overall well-being of students across Fresno Unified School District and affiliated charter schools. And whereas the FTA represents more than 4,600 dedicated professionals, including classroom teachers, speech-language pathologists, audiologists, school-registered nurses, social workers, counselors, librarians, building trades professionals, and safety specialists who together educate and support 74,000 students in Fresno. FTA members go beyond their daily responsibilities to create inclusive, safe, and inspiring learning environments where every student is valued, supported, and empowered to achieve their full potential. And whereas the FTA enhances educator morale and community spirit by organizing annual appreciation events such as Happy Hour Socials, Star Wars Night at Chukchansi Stadium, Wine Down at Toca Madero Winery, and retiree recognitions, demonstrating the union's commitment to fostering camaraderie, wellness, and professional pride among its members. Teachers are the heart of our classrooms, serving not only as educators, but also as mentors, motivators, and role models, igniting curiosity, building confidence, and nurturing the values that shape thoughtful and engaged citizens. Whereas school nurses play a vital role in our schools by providing expert medical care, managing chronic conditions, responding to health emergencies, and promoting public health. As the first line of care for many students, school nurses ensure that all children can thrive in safe, healthy environments conducive to learning. And whereas school nurses are deeply dedicated to safeguarding student health, promoting academic success, and advocating for the welfare of every child through medical care, education, and compassionate support. And whereas both teachers and school nurses exemplify the highest standards of public service, devoting their time, energy, and compassion to uplifting every child, regardless of zip code, background, or personal challenges. Their contributions ripple through generations, leaving lasting impressions on families, neighborhoods, and the broader Fresno community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the week of May 5th through May 9th, 2025 as Teacher and School Nurses Appreciation Week in the city of Fresno.
Next, we will have the proclamation for UCSF Fresno's 50th anniversary, and the sponsor is the Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. I have the honor of recognizing the University of California, San Francisco's Medical School, not only because it's in my district, but because in my tenure as a council member, now going on my 7th year, I believe, I've been able to see a different side of this medical school that's at the heart of our city. There's two opportunities in which we were able to interact with the university's medical school and see their contributions to the community beyond simply the task of training the next generation of doctors. If you recall, a few years ago, we had this little thing called the COVID-19 pandemic. It overnight changed the lives of many in our city. It was in these chambers that we had to tell the public that we're shutting the city down because the pandemic was spreading in the city. It was leading to thousands of people's death. As a matter of fact, about 1,500 folks in our city died as a result of the pandemic. And at that time, we also found ourselves in dire need of having someone provide COVID tests and eventually vaccines to the most vulnerable in our city. And believe it or not, every system of healthcare was overwhelmed. Community medical centers was busy managing the hospital emergency rooms. Every bed was taken, every hallway in the hospitals were full. But it was this team of medical students who said, we're here and we're available. And they came forward and they put themselves at harm's risk to begin the process of testing the most vulnerable, the most poor in our community centers, in our shopping centers, and then following through with vaccine deployment of that vulnerable community. If it wasn't for them and their group of students, the most vulnerable in our community would have no access to testing or vaccines during the pandemic. The second component was to address the significant needs of our homeless and unhoused community. If you're unhoused and homeless in our city, the only place for you to receive medical treatment was an emergency room. And some of those individuals were going to emergency room on a daily basis and repeating. As they exited, they were back in a couple days because they couldn't get the treatment of their wounds or their medical conditions. And that inability to treat the unhoused who didn't have access to health care and to medical care added to the challenge of our emergency rooms being overwhelmed. And it was this team again who said, give us an opportunity and we'll launch a mobile health clinic. So now the team of medical students partner with the city, and every time you see our public restrooms and showers for the unhoused and the homeless, you see their medical students providing medical care to the unhoused and the homeless. Not only is it saving lives on the streets of Fresno for the unhoused, but it's also decreasing the amount of folks coming into the emergency room and taking up space for everyone else who needs emergency care. And I know there was a moment where community health centers was trying to distance themselves from the medical school and trying to go in a different direction, and this city and this council said no. The whole point of us giving land and money to the hospital was because of partnership with the medical school. And we appreciate that you guys stood with us, that you stood with our community, that you have been serving the most vulnerable beyond simply training the next generation of doctors. With that, I'll be happy to hand it over to Dr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Vice President Arias. Thank you, council members and Mayor Dyer, for recognizing UCSF Fresno on our 50th anniversary and proclaiming May 22nd, 2025 as UCSF Fresno Day in Fresno. We appreciate your support, partnership, and recognition. UCSF Fresno was established in 1975 with the support of the Veterans Administration and California Legislature to address the physician shortage in the Valley and to meet the region's growing healthcare needs. Today, we are the largest physician training program in the Valley and the most significant contributor to the physician workforce in the region. We are proud of our 50-year history, and we look forward to the next 50. Thank you again.
Dr. Bach.
Thank you for those kind words, Vice President Arias, as well as thank you to all the new council members that we have not got to interact with yet, but I really wanted to send a thank you and a warm regards to Mayor Dyer and the senior members that have worked with us over these last 5 years in response to, as you mentioned, the pandemic, the homeless crisis, all the issues that we've dealt with. At UCSF Fresno, we have been known to be the school to grow doctors for the region. Absolutely, it's a core part of our mission, but we have realized over the years that it's not just about having doctors, it's about addressing healthcare issues and those most vulnerable populations that have huge health inequities and access to care. So just wanted to thank the whole group of the city of Fresno for partnering with us. We look forward to continuing that partnership and know that UCSF Fresno is committed not just to growing doctors, but to addressing the healthcare needs of the Valley, and we look forward to doing that for the next 50 years.
Thank you, Dr. Bond, and thank you again for being more than just a medical school, but being an actual partner of the community and serving the most vulnerable. Thank you. City Clerk.
Whereas in 1975, the University of California, San Francisco, UCSF, established its regional campus in Fresno to address the critical shortage of physicians and improve access to quality health care in California's San Joaquin Valley. And whereas over the past 5 decades, UCSF Fresno has evolved into the largest academic physician training program between Sacramento and Los Angeles, providing exceptional medical education, delivering outstanding patient care, and conducting research tailored to the unique needs of the region. And whereas UCSF Fresno has played a pivotal role in training generations of physicians, many of whom have remained in the Valley to serve their communities, thereby strengthening the local workforce and ensuring culturally competent care for the region's diverse population. And whereas UCSF Fresno has launched several innovative programs, including the Doctors Academy, SJV MedBridge, SJV Prime, and SJV Prime Plus, to create clear pathways for local students to pursue careers in medicine and work towards addressing health disparities in underserved communities. And whereas UCSF Fresno has demonstrated a strong commitment to community engagement through initiatives such as the Mobile Health and Learning Clinic and the COVID-19 Equity Project, which have expanded healthcare access for rural and marginalized populations. And whereas the Fresno Regional Campus has fostered robust research endeavors through the establishment of Clinical Research Center, contributing to advancements in medical knowledge and the development of treatments for conditions prevalent in the Valley, while simultaneously cultivating enduring partnerships with local health systems, educational institutions, and community organizations, becoming the cornerstone of health and education in the city of Fresno, based in the heart of downtown. And whereas the city of Fresno recognizes, commends, and celebrates UCSF Fresno for 50 years of unwavering dedication to service, education, medical advancement in pursuit of better health outcomes of the people for the Central Valley. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Fresno City Council and Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, do hereby proclaim the 22nd of May, 2025 to be UCSF Fresno Day in the city of Fresno.
Well done. Thank you, Council Vice President. Next proclamation is for National Public Works Week, and the sponsors are the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
Thank you, Council President. And if we could have all of our hard workers from Public Works, Capital Projects, Department of Public Utility, General Services, I think all of you guys can step up here. And as they're making their way up here, we are going to run out of room up here, but I love it. This is our opportunity to be able to celebrate National Public Works Week and demonstrate through our words and through this recognition the importance of the folks that are out there day in and day out working behind the scenes to improve the quality of life of folks in our community. And in Fresno, we don't just work, we don't recognize just Public Works. We recognize a number of our other departments in the city as well, folks that are also out there improving the quality of life. And that is our folks from the department, our Public Utilities Department, our General Services Department, as well as, what's the other one we do? We do 4 of them.
Capital Projects.
Capital Projects, our newly formed Capital Projects Department. But let me just say this about them. You know, oftentimes I think people take for granted some of the services that the city of Fresno provides. Whether that's sidewalks that are being repaired, streets that are being repaved, the potholes that are being fixed, or when you turn on the shower and you get clean water, or the water treatment that we do in our city. All of those things are so important, but also the infrastructure projects that we have in the city. We have at times, obviously, a lot of facilities in Fresno. Some of those need maintenance, and we rely on some of these folks up here to be able to fix the things that are broken in our city. So you can see we have a lot of folks, and this is just a small representative sample of the folks in the city that are working day in and day night, again, paving streets, fixing sidewalks, trimming trees, They're the ones that get called out when we have a storm and trees get blown down in our city, blocking streets. They're the ones out there in the rain working hard to get things restored, fixing our signal lights in our city. Those are the things that we have, and it's unfortunate. Sometimes we see the dangers of that job, and we saw it this last year with one of our employees, Tim Smith, who was assaulted while he was out there working on a signal light. So let me just turn and face all of you as the mayor of Fresno and to say thank you for everything that you do for the citizens of our community, for the hard work that you do day in and day out. I know the words thank you oftentimes aren't said enough to you, but I want you to know from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And every time I drive by and I see you guys out there working, I am so thankful and appreciative as the mayor of this city. So thank you guys. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I think you pretty much covered it all. I say a lot when we're at employee ceremonies, recognizing the hard work of all of our city employees, that we talk and create paper, and you guys put that talk and paper into reality. You are the wheels that keep this machine working, and really doesn't, not to diminish the role of our electeds, of course, but without you, we don't accomplish anything as a city. So our workforce is key to our success, and we have many, many successes as a result of the hard work of all these men and women here today. And as the mayor said, I know the council agrees, we appreciate everything that you do day in, day out, rain, heat, you name it. I've been out there before in the field with some of these teams in the middle of the night, or in the middle of a rainstorm or a windstorm, and they just put their heads down and get the job done. So thank you all very, very much for all that you do. We do really, really appreciate all that you do. With that, Clerk, if you could read the proclamation.
How are we going to do that with
Whereas National Public Works Week calls attention to the importance of services provided by public works professionals, including here in the city of Fresno, where highly trained individuals spanning multiple departments are an integral part of our community. And whereas we recognize the ongoing contributions of the city of Fresno's Department of Public Works, Capital Projects, General Services, and Public Utilities, whose efforts help advance the health, safety, and quality of life for Fresno residents. And whereas public infrastructure, facilities, and services play a vital role in the community's successful day-to-day operation, residents go about their daily lives doing such things as driving city streets, taking showers, and washing dishes, all with the expectation that the infrastructure underpinning these tasks will operate as expected. And whereas these critical services could not be provided without the dedicated and skilled efforts of professionals at all levels, including engineers, administrators, field staff, and office staff. These professionals are responsible for the design, building, operation, and maintenance of the city's infrastructure. They improve and protect our transportation systems and equipment, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for the state's fifth largest city to function. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 18th through 24th, 2025 to be National Public Works Week in the city of Fresno.
Is that music playing?
That's nice.
Is that in between now? We're going to do. I like that. That's pretty good.
Right. Got any 50 Cent?
Little country music, I guess. Oh.
Oh, is that what we're doing? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Great job.
We'll make sure we get that sent over to each of the departments so your folks can take a look at it.
Okay.
Next, you want me?
Yep.
Next, we have the opportunity, if I can have Greg Barfield come up and Brian Barr, and I think, come on up here, part of this. We, every year, we get the opportunity, should we get selected or recognized, for what's called the Blue Seal of Excellence Award, provided to our fleet as well as our fax department for the work that they do on our vehicles out there. I think we have about, I don't know how many buses we got now. 138 buses and about 3,260 other vehicles in our fleet. And in order, I think it's working now. In order for us to receive this Blue Excellence Award, or Blue Seal of Excellence Award, there has to be a certain number of conditions met. And I hope you know what those conditions are. One of you, but I'm going to have you talk about it. And if you don't, I'll read them. Yeah, we do. If we can have all the maintenance workers, please come up. And fire, we have folks that work in our fire engines, our buses, our police vehicles, all of those vehicles. Please come up and stand with us. Okay. So a few moments ago, I talked about how folks work quietly behind the scenes to improve the quality of life of our residents. Well, these folks work quietly behind the scenes to make sure that our vehicles are operational so that our police officers, our firefighters, our bus drivers, all of those folks can go out day in and day out and provide the level of service in which they do. So I'm going to have Brian Barr from our General Services talk about what this means. Brian?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a great honor to be amongst this group of talented mechanics from FACS and General Services Department that maintains the entire Public Works fleet for the city of Fresno. To be amongst this group, you have to pass multiple really grueling tests from the Automotive Service Excellence Society. And to do that, to be up here for this award, 80% of our mechanics have to pass that test, which is really a testament of really the talent, competency, and just great workers the city of Fresno has. So that's really what it's about here today, and I'm really happy to be amongst this group of people because they really do keep the wheels turning for the city of Fresno.
As you said, they literally keep the wheels turning. And I say this a lot about our team at the city of Fresno. I would put our team up against anybody. And I think this is a testament to that, to be able to have this level of certification in our government agency. These are things that you see a lot in the private sector, but we at the City of Fresno hold our employees and support our employees being able to be recognized at this high level as well. So kudos to all of you for being able to accomplish the Blue Seal of Excellence. It is amazing and super proud that our team is bar none at the top of their class. So thank you for all that you do and for your commitment to excellence. Clerk, if you could read the proclamation.
Happily. Whereas the City of Fresno's Transportation Department, Fresno Area Express Maintenance Division, as well as the General Services Department Maintenance Division, has earned the National Institute for Automotive Services Excellence, ASE Blue Seal of Excellence. The ASE is a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving vehicle repair and service quality. In the case of government fleets, it additionally honors the hard work and dedication of technicians provided to police officers, firefighters, public works, and other public sector employees. Whereas, to earn the ASE Blue Seal of Excellence, at least 75% of a shop's technicians must be ASE certified. Of the 30 FACS Maintenance Division technicians, 86% are ASE certified, which exceeds the Blue Seal Award benchmark. Also noteworthy is that the division's mechanical staff includes 15 master technicians, representing the highest possible level of individual ASE recognition. Of GSD's 63 employees, 76% are ASE certified, and 26 are master technicians. And whereas one of the GSD's master technicians has dual certification as a master automotive technician and medium heavy duty truck technician. 3 of FACTS's master technicians are dual certified with master automotive technician and master transit bus technician. Additionally, 2 are triple certified, one with master transit bus technician, master automotive technician, and master medium heavy truck technician, and 1 with master transit bus technician, master medium heavy truck technician, and master school bus technician. And whereas technicians in FACTS's maintenance division face significant demands to efficiently and cost-effectively maintain more than 138 buses, while GSD's fleet consists of 3,260 vehicles and equipment ranging from golf carts and sedans to large refuse trucks and bulldozers. These City of Fresno professionals continue to prove their commitment to the highest level of automotive service excellence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, City Manager George Ann White, and members of the Fresno City Council recognize and congratulate the Maintenance Division of City of Fresno's Transportation and General Services Department.
Thank you, Mayor and City Manager. Those city employees make us absolutely proud. All the wins we deliver for our residents are because of you. Sincerely, thank you from this council. We're going to move on to council member reports and comments. I'm going to go in order. We're going to start with Council District 1.
Thank you, Council President. I want to start by thanking Senator Ana Caballero and Assemblywoman Esmeralda Soria for partnering with me on a recent call to action. We've been rallying for support for obtaining letters to oppose the release of Rudolph Acosta, who's also known as the Tower District rapist. He does have an upcoming parole hearing, and so I also want to thank District Attorney Lisa Smitkamp, Chief Casto, and Mayor Dyer for standing alongside Mirna, a couple other survivors, to help us spread the word, to rally support from the public to make sure we get as much support as possible to deny his upcoming parole hearing. And so today is the last day to submit a letter. If you haven't already done so, if you need assistance, please reach out to my office at 559-621-7817, and we can help with the submittal of your opposition letter to his release. And then on a lighter note, we have a lot of activity going on at Trolley Park. We have students and a local artist, Jason Esquivel, who is out there helping us to complete the mural that is currently in the works at Trolley Park. So if you'd like to volunteer and help paint the mural out there, stay tuned. We're going to be posting some volunteer opportunities on our social media pages. And lastly, I do want to recognize the HEART team. Thank you for your collaboration with my office. We've been actively responding to calls for assistance at Lyons Park, Quigley, Shields and Weber, Clinton and Weber, and the Tower District. And so I just want to extend a thank you to the HEART team for your partnership and making sure we get people the help they need, the services they need, and assisting the businesses with keeping their area clean. That's all. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Moving to District 4. Okay, District 5, Councilmember Vang.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. Just a few comments and reports to make. I'm still making my rounds and meeting with department heads and specialized units, and a few days ago I had an opportunity to meet with the MAGIC unit. That's the Multi-Agency Gang Enforcement Consortium, and Chief Casto was present there during the presentation. And prior to coming on board, my perception of this unit was different. Obviously now being on the dais and having the presentation presented to me in terms of the details, not only in terms of the evolution of gangs in the city, but also the criminal activities behind that. And so it opened my eye to another side that the average Fresnans did not have an opportunity to see. So I want to thank Chief Casto for that presentation. I also had an opportunity 2 days ago to attend Jackson Elementary School 6th grade entrepreneur fair. And Jackson Elementary School is just about a quarter of a mile east of here. A huge majority of that school do not have the resources that they other perhaps in elementary school may have. However, a well-known author, actually he's a nationally known author, Ty Jackson, who wrote the book Make Your Own Money, was there not only that day, but a couple of days prior to that to teach the 6th grade how to start their own business. And so they would present their business ideas to the parents and to me as well. And it is incredible to see the energy and also the accomplishments of these 6th graders to be able to work with a nationally known author on how to start their own business. So I want to thank the Principal Rodriguez at Jackson Elementary School for having me there. And I want to thank my staff, the city staff, and community members and students from Sunnyside High School and Duncan Polytechnical High School for coming out this past Saturday to beautify Fresno. I know this is the mayor's project, but this past Saturday, the members in my district, myself and my staff went out to Sunnyside High, the IRS building, and we cleaned that area. And we also cleaned Cesar Chavez Boulevard from Peach Avenue to Willow Avenue. So there were about 50 people total who came out that Saturday morning to help and pick up trash to beautify Fresno, in this case, beautify District 5. So I want to thank the students, my staff, and the community members for coming out that Saturday morning to do that. A further thank you to my staff for setting up and coordinating the meet and greet, D5. I'm trying to introduce myself to my constituents. Last week we had a meet and greet at Mosqueda Center, and then yesterday it was at Sequoia Elementary School, part of Sangan Unified, and we will have one more next week, next week, somewhere along the west part of District 5, and that announcement will be made very soon. And finally, this is the last regular council meeting in the month of May. And as we know, May is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And to that spirit, and to honor the history and culture and contributions of the Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders' contribution to this country, my office is hosting a celebration, a cultural performance this afternoon in front of City Hall. Some of the highlights of the celebration will be Polynesian dancers will be there to perform and entertain us, as well as students from Balderas Elementary School. The Hmong immersion students will be performing poems and singing in the Hmong language. And I invite the public to attend. Again, that's this afternoon, 12 o'clock in front of City Hall. And that is all I have, Council President. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Councilmember Richardson.
Good morning, everybody. Exciting times in District 6. I want to thank Woodward Bluffs last week for hosting me. On Thursday, a mobile home park that is up to the north of Woodward Park oftentimes has been forgotten about in the past, but I made a promise to them that they would not be, and their voices are heard, so thanks to all of our neighbors out there. May 27th, we'll be meeting at Riverview. If you live anywhere up there in the northeast portion of District 6, there is some construction going on, some development, and as always, the residents of District 6 will have a voice in what happens up there, so that meeting will be at Riverview Elementary on the 27th, time to be determined. Closer to the boat, this Saturday, the 24th, we'll have the first Fresno Fit Fest taking place at Todd Beamer Park. It'll be 8 a.m. to noon. Information is available online on our website, on all of our social media, and if you don't happen to follow any of those, then you can join us out there from 8 to 12. We'll have food, everything from mental fitness, emotional fitness, physical fitness, new bikes for the kids, shoe stores, healthy foods, everything else. It'll be a fantastic time, to include a high-stakes soccer game between police and fire. And then finally, I want to thank my colleague over here to my right, welcome back, for his efforts and his staff's efforts in helping us get through the SERVE Act to help out the veteran business owners and entrepreneurs in Fresno. In addition, last thing, we've completed this. If you live anywhere up in Northeast Fresno, you are a veteran or you have a veteran in your family, you know someone, who could benefit from some veteran discounts, my staff put a lot of work into walking to every single business in our district, finding out which ones are locally owned, if they offer veteran discounts, which ones are owned by veterans, and iterating specifically what sort of discount you can get at each and every one of those businesses there. This was updated at the end of March. We'll continue updating this as new businesses kind of flourish around the city. I hope it's something that spreads to other districts, and I hope that folks can get some relief and take part in some of these great deals and visit some of our local businesses up there in District 6. That's all I have at this time, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilmember Richardson. I look forward to the vote here pretty soon with respect to our co-sponsored legislation. This last week, I was proud to host the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Clinton Avenue Apartments. It's a project in our district we've been deeply involved in since 2021. This project brings 78 new affordable homes, affordable housing units to the heart of our city in District 7, located over at the southwest corner of Blackstone and Clinton. And just seeing this project come to life and knowing the impact it will have on our community is really incredibly rewarding. I've said this before, I'll say it again. There's never been an affordable housing project that's come together and come to life as fast as the Clinton Avenue projects, and there probably never will be again. Just came together very, very quickly in terms of the groundbreaking within less than a year of us allocating our portion from the city and then putting it together. So from the time that the city began its efforts to when the residents got their keys this last Monday, less than 4 years. And so that's really quite remarkable the way that came together. But it really shows what we can do when we work all in the same direction. Additionally, had the pleasure of attending the Fresno Chaplaincy's open house recently. I really appreciate their ongoing support for our first responders and our city employees and community members. They play a vital role in the well-being of our city. So I just want to thank the Fresno Chaplaincy for having us and showing us kind of their redone building there for folks. Lastly, even further back, earlier this month, I had the honor of attending the K-9 Awards ceremony, where we celebrated the bravery, loyalty, and the service of our incredible K-9 units and their handlers. So I want to thank all the officers and the K-9s for their dedication and protection. And Fresno PD definitely was part of that as well and had won some awards. So we're grateful for their service. I'm sure there's more I'm forgetting right now, but that'll be it for now, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of thank yous. City Manager, thank you for the update on the mayoral policy. Looking forward to that. I know you're in the middle of budget and everything else, so appreciate the time. Thank you to the mayor for helping us on the Mosaic motel conversion in downtown Fresno. This is one more motel that we're converting to permanent housing. We have another one popping up in Parkway over the next few weeks. It's been a vision of mine to turn all these rundown motels into sustainable permanent housing, but it's been the administration, the mayor, who have put in the work to bring that to fruition, so I do appreciate that. Additionally, this weekend, we'll be doing the crosswalk painting in Tower District, so we invite people to join us on Saturday, May 24th at 8 o'clock in the morning if you want to participate in painting of the crosswalk in the Tower District. The last point I'd like to make is around the agenda. The rezone that was on the agenda for this evening has been tabled again. This is probably the third time it's been tabled. And I think at some point, we as a council and a city are dragging residents in Southwest Fresno from meeting to meeting to meeting. I recognize that the applicant asked for a delay, and we're accommodating the applicant's request. But we do have a fiduciary duty to make sure that residents know when their items are going to be heard. And I would hope that this is the last and final delay of this rezone application and that we hear the item in the next time it's on the agenda. Secondly, I would request that, given the confusion around the Southeast Development Plan, that the administration postpone bringing it back to council till after the budget. Post-budget would give all of us enough time to get our ducks in a row and have a good, solid public conversation about the future of the Southeast growth area. And lastly, I want to address the recent fines against community health systems. When I got on council in 2019, then Councilwoman, now Assembly Member Soria, and I met with community medical centers leadership. And at that time, we addressed our concerns with them that resources not being focused on patient care. And at that time, patient care had become standard to be done in hallways of the hospital. And the towers and buildings that were promised to the city and residents were not being built in downtown Fresno. We happened to meet them in their new headquarters in Clovis with a 5-course breakfast meal and all the shiny, chandeliers that you can think of, and this amazing roundabout driveway into their amazing facility. And all that indicated to us that money was being spent everywhere but downtown Fresno with the Medi-Cal and Medicare patients that desperately need the care. At that time, they promised us that that wasn't the case, that they were spending every dollar wisely, that eventually they would build the tower, things of that nature. Then in 2023, the Fresno Bee outlines all the funds that had been relocated from downtown Fresno to Clovis. Again, Community Medical Centers responds as usual, spends a lot of money on PR, convinces some of us to do commercials for them, doubles down on political relationships and donor and vendor relationships, and claims that there's nothing to see here. Ultimately, the community litigate them on that front, and then this fine comes out that confirms that the medical healthcare system in our city was spending money on strippers instead of patient care. Let that sit for a moment. The folks that we've given tens of millions of dollars to, the folks that we emit domain people's homes for, the folks that we gave them public property for, have spent money meant for patient care on strippers, lounges, and trips to Europe. And that resulted in a $31 million fine by the federal government, of which will be paid for by patient care funds. They misuse patient care funds, and then they pay the fine with patient care funds. And I'm sure they'll respond, as they usually do, with more PR, expect more commercials, celebrating community, expect more vendor relationships and political relationships that they will double down on. But I do hope that this board of directors at community recognizes that they have lost their way and they need to focus on patient care, because in America, we should not be giving people treatment in the hallways of our hospitals in this community and this country while we spend money on strippers and clubs. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. My comments will be brief. I want to thank City Manager and Mayor for bringing a proclamation forward for National Public Works Week. A lot of the wins, I can tell you, we've delivered in District 2 and that we're delivering this next year, from redoing huge portions of Blackstone Avenue from Minarets to Nice, and parts of Herndon Avenue, work on Shaw, these major corridors, and including all the neighborhood projects. It's all because of the work of Public Works and working with capital projects. So thank you to Scott and Brian. Thank you to the two Jills and everyone else with the department. Really, if Measure C was managed this way, it would have passed easily. So thank you so much for all your work. I do want to welcome back Councilmember Richardson to the meetings. Thank you for your service to our country. It's something you do every year, and we really appreciate what you do for us. Thank you. And then just one quick thing. I'm going to ask City Attorney to share some information. We've been doing a lot of work with the County of Fresno, making sure we step up and do our part. We passed a joint, myself, council members, Maxwell and Perea worked on the copper wire ordinance. And so if you can talk about some of the efforts your office has been doing to make sure we do our part to make sure we go after some of these culprits at the misdemeanor level.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to make clear that, that as you're aware, there are certain organizational changes that we're making in our office, and we are not in any way instituting any new programs, obviously without council approval. But I did want to say that we are moving some of the higher priority assignments of council, for example, wage theft and some of these municipal law prosecutions under a new unit and under a new chief, and I wanted to welcome him here today. John Tolley, he's here out in the audience, and he joins us from the Fresno County District Attorney's Office, where he served for 18 years with distinction in a variety of roles, from violent crimes to narcotics to financial crimes, and so he's going to be a good fit for the city and for this office and leading this team. This is going to be a couple months worth of transition time, and he's the right guy to do it. He's an alumni of the San Joaquin College of Law, went to Fresno State to get his master's degree, San Diego State for his undergraduate. He is going to be primarily assisted by Special Assistant Ashley Paulson, who also comes to us from the District Attorney's Office. Both of them have tremendous trial experience. She was most recently at Magic, where she prosecuted gang and human trafficking cases, and so they bring this criminal element, this criminal experience, this trial experience that our office, I think, so desperately needs in a time where the council is giving us more and more authority to do these types of things. So thank you for the opportunity to welcome John to the city attorney, to the city family. Council President, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just to reiterate, since last year's, I'll say, historic tax sharing agreement that was led by then Council President Perea, we have done a lot to thaw the ice between the city and the county, and these borders are invisible. Our residents don't know that. They don't know there's a border or a county island is. They just know they have a problem and they need help. So we want to make sure we're doing our part as the major population center of the county, working hand in hand with our county friends, especially our former council members up there, Supervisors Chavez and Bredefeld. And we're going to see more collaboration along the way, hopefully along the lines of what you're doing in your office, City Attorney. So thank you so much. That is my report, and we're going to move on to Mayor and City Manager reports. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. And I'm only going to talk about one item, but you know, it seems like every week we as a council or my office, we're either at a groundbreaking for affordable housing or we're at a ribbon cutting. We did the Mosaic this last week in terms of the groundbreaking, and then we also did the Clinton Avenue apartments for the ribbon cutting. And so we are really making a lot of progress in terms of meeting the housing crisis head on. I tell you, 5 years ago, I believe we either facilitated or subsidized 88 affordable housing units in our city. This year, we're on target to do over 800. And in 2026, that number will grow to 1,600 affordable housing units. So it's incredible the work that our folks are doing with our Phil Sky and the housing division. But I want to say thank you to the council for all of your ongoing support. Having said that, many of the projects that have been subsidized is a result of our pro-housing designation. I think you know back in November of 2022, we applied for, as a city, a pro-housing designation. We were awarded that designation in March of 2023. It is that designation that allows us to get more points, not just us, but Fresno Housing Authority, as well as some of our nonprofits that are building affordable housing in our community. I will say that with our IIGC grant for downtown, the one we were awarded, $43.7 million, cities could not even apply unless they had a pro-housing designation. So absent that designation, we wouldn't have gotten the $43.7 million. So I said all that to say this. I got a call yesterday from Nani Coloretti, who is the governor's cabinet secretary, letting me know that we as a city have not met the requisite deadlines and criteria, and that our pro-housing designation has now been revoked as a city. It doesn't mean that we can't get it back. In fact, I had conversation with her that would allow us to move forward and to get that designation back as a city. I know all of you understand the importance of it, as I just explained, but we've not done enough in their eyes to accelerate housing within our city. And in fact, we're the only city awarded the designation that missed the deadline. And I'm ashamed of that as the mayor of this city. And I know all of you on the council are as well. I will tell you there's 33 criteria that were agreed upon with HCD and the city of Fresno. And all of them but 7 have been met. So 26 of them have been met. The other 7 have not. I'll tell you which ones they are. It permit residential uses in the office zone district. This is the text amendment that Councilmember Perea is bringing forward. Allow tiny houses on wheels as primary residence. Pre-approved standard plans for missing middle housing types. Standard plans for missing middle housing will receive priority streamlining in the permitting process. Reduce parking requirements for ADUs and sites near frequency transit. Permit missing middle housing types, duplexes, fourplexes, et cetera, by right development in all single-family zone districts via form-based development standards. And lastly, permit additional residential uses in public and institutional districts. All of those, I believe, except the last 2, will be before this body by June for approval. In fact, we have a text amendment that is for first reading today. So I just wanted you to be aware of that and ask for your support of future items that we bring forth so that we can regain that pro-housing designation, because it is vital to the city and our efforts in achieving our affordable housing goals in Fresno.
Mayor, just one question. In your view, will all the items to meet that criteria, all 7, will they be before us by June?
All but 2, and those will be before fall, by fall at the latest. But the other 5 will be.
Mayor, sir, question for you as well.
Yes, sir.
With that designation, is that you have to meet 33 out of 33 of those, or is it 32? Is it a percentage? How does that work?
Well, they certainly have discretion at HCD, but there were, it could be that we get the next 5 by June, and they re-recognize us as having that designation. I don't know. What I do know is that in speaking with Nani, that the governor wanted her to reach out to me, so I'm going to get that letter this week. But he wanted to give me a heads up, and I wanted to give all you a heads up before the letter came. And I am hopeful, Councilmember, that we'll get all these approved timely, get our designation back so we can apply. But we're going to shoot for all 33.
Mayor, yeah, I really do appreciate your candid comments. I'm sure it's a difficult thing to hear, and it was a difficult situation, but I want to push back a little bit. I think when the governor came out, I think a year ago, and really railed on cities, rightfully so, that they weren't doing enough about the unhoused issue, this was the one city that was a shining example of being effective at taking the unhoused off the streets, putting them and committing to putting them in housing with services. I feel like we're a part of a family of 10 children, the top 10 cities, and we're the good kid, and we're getting no credit whatsoever for that, and they're pouncing on us, and that's very frustrating for me. Yeah. From this to the unfunded mandates where we have to take everything on ourselves, it's frustrating. Yeah. We have big city problems, but we don't have the tax base of a big city. And I really hope when it comes to things like the remainder of the $250 million you fought so hard to get for this city, they'll start delivering for Fresno, because we could be very loyal supporters, but don't back us into a corner. Yeah. That's all I ask.
Thank you, and I remain optimistic. I may not have been a couple of weeks ago on that $100 million for downtown, but I'm optimistic we'll see those dollars, because we need them desperately for downtown to accelerate housing and other things. And it is a little bit frustrating, Council President, because as I said earlier, I mean, we have in just less than 5 years accelerated affordable housing tenfold. And we're going to double that next year. And so we are doing an incredible job. Over the last 4 years, we've removed 10,000 people from our streets that were unsheltered and placed them into shelters collectively. And 53% of those went on to permanent housing. That's affordable housing. And 2 years later, 95% of them remain in permanent housing. So that's kudos to this council, to the administration, to all of our partners that are out there, Fresno Housing, the mission, and so forth. We have done some incredible work. This was for us when we applied for the pro housing designation. We knew that it would be, you know, a tough one to achieve, but we knew we could achieve it, and we're well on our way to making sure that does happen. But I just want to encourage the council to let's work together so we can get that designation back.
Great, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, council.
If I could just add one specific item, the 33 items on the list are not like 1 point per item. Each item has a different level of points. So we may not necessarily have to do all 33. We just have to get to at least a minimum point level. We'll have to check to see if minimum is good enough, but we're going through those right now and looking what each item is and how many points is available for each one of those items.
Well, one thing President Reagan said was trust but verify. I think the trust has been broken with HCD because I think we had certain assurances that we were on our way to keep our designation, and they've taken that from us. Yeah. So I'm very suspicious. I appreciate that information. Maybe we can have a breakdown as if we can see some information about how many points you get for what we approve. Yeah. That would be helpful to know.
Yes, we can get that for you.
And it's really critical as we go forward, because I can tell you one of the projects that are important, I know to you, Councilmember Arias, is the CVS demolition and rebuilding of 464 housing units at that location on North Fulton. Half of those will be affordable, half of them will be market rate. But Fresno Housing is our partner. They're going to be submitting the request to the state government for subsidy. It's going to be really important that we have that designation in advance of that. Okay, thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to move on to city manager reports.
Yeah, I just have a couple things. One, a couple very important trade memos that went out and were posted to the website this week. The SEDA housing market demand analysis was sent out last week. And then a couple days, the 19th, I believe, the public facilities financing options report was also set out. They are thick documents. I know staff will be reaching out to meet with you to go through them more thoroughly, to be able to explain the context of those. But I did want to make sure that you knew that those did go out, and they also have been posted on the website. I also want to give a shout out to our new Economic Development Director, Cliff Long. Stand up, Cliff, and wave. His office will be reaching out to you for a little one-on-one intro greeting with each and every one of you. So welcome, Cliff. His first day was earlier this week, where he was actually out of the office at ICSC with the Economic Development team. So I think his first day actually in City Hall was yesterday. So welcome aboard, Cliff. Looking forward to working with you. And that is all I have, Council President.
Thank you so much, City Manager. Oh. Okay, moving on to scheduled hearings and matters. We're going to move on to our 9:10 a.m. hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding the City of Fresno, CFD number 11, annexation number 153. Staff, let's see, this is District 1. Would you like a presentation?
None needed, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions by the council on this item? There being none, I'm going to call for public comment on the 9:10 a.m. hearing for CFD 11 annexation 153. No one's coming up, so I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to close the hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion and action.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Perea and second by Council Vice President. Any opposition? There being none, this 9:10 a.m. item passes 7-0. Moving on to our 9:15 a.m. assessment, I'm not going to read that number, for approximately 3.9 acres of property located on the south side of East Belmont Avenue between North Armstrong and North Temperance Avenues. This is in Council District 5. Council member, would you like a staff presentation on this?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. If I can have the PowerPoint on, please. Good morning, Council President, Council members. I'm Israel Trejo with the Planning and Development Department. There are 4 items before you this morning, including plan amendment, and rezone application number P23-01117, vesting tentative tract map number 6441, as well as plan development permit application number P23-03735 and the related environmental assessment. Subject property contains approximately 3.9 acres, is located on the south side of Belmont Avenue in between Armstrong and Temperance Avenues. The 4 applications that are before you include a general plan amendment of the existing low-density residential plan land use designation to medium, as well as a corresponding zone district. The property is currently zoned RS3. The application is request to rezone to RS5, which is consistent with medium density. There's also a vesting tentative tract map that's submitted to subdivide the property from 3.9 acres, currently 1 lot, into a 30-lot subdivision. The last application that's submitted is a plan development. A plan development is an application that modifies property development standards. We did receive an email from the applicant this morning. They do not contest any of the conditions. Staff recommends approval of the application as submitted. Thank you.
That concludes the presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Israel. We're going to go on to public comment on the 9:15 a.m. item. I don't see anyone coming up, but oh, no, I have one person coming up. I'll have 3 minutes.
Council President, council members, my name is Bonique Emerson with Precision Civil Engineering, and I represent the project applicant and property owner, and I just want to say we concur with staff's recommendation, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any. And also the property owner is here as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more folks for public comment? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring this back to the council, and Councilmember Vang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. Mr. Trejo, can you step up to the podium, please? Just a few questions and clarifications.
Yes.
Yes. This is a rezone from low density to medium density on a property of, I believe, 3.9 acres. And I believe there will be 30 homes that is going to be planned for this property. Currently, there are 2 addresses on this property, 6697 East Klondike Avenue, and then the second address is 6709 East Belmont Avenue. So demolition of these 2 properties will be done. It will be done according to local, state, and federal standards. Am I correct?
That's correct, Councilmember Vang.
Yes. My concern to that is there is a church to the east side of this property, and then on the west of that is fully developed by, I believe, KB Homes. And so if the demolition is according to standards, then will there be any issues or concerns of safety to the church property to the east and the housings to the west?
Councilmember Vang, we don't anticipate any issues. Okay. They will have to, demolish pursuant to current standards, building standards.
Okay. And going back to the properties to the west of this 3.9 acres here, I believe that is almost fully developed. We're talking about 3.9 acres and 30 homes in there. That comes out to how many homes per lot in terms of square footage? I mean.
So it'd be 1 house per lot.
1 house per lot.
Yes.
And what's the average square foot per lot?
Roughly just under 4,000, about 3,800 square feet.
3,800 square feet. And then west of that is the almost fully developed housing. Do you have the information in terms of the lot per housing on that western part of the development there?
I'm sorry.
Is it comparable to the 3,800 square feet per lot, or is it lower or higher than that?
Those are significantly smaller.
Smaller, okay.
Yes, they're closer to 3,000 square feet. So those lots to the west on the KB subdivision are smaller.
Okay. Thank you for that information. Really appreciate that. And just one last question then. What is the next step in this process?
So the conditions, if approved today, the applicant will need to meet those. So it's the vesting map process is, I could call it a 2-step process. So this is step 1. Now they have to go meet those conditions with the final map process.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other council member wishing to comment on this item? There being none?
I'll make a motion
To approve?
To approve, yes.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Vang, second by Council Vice President. Any opposition to this item? There being none, the item passes 7-0. I'm going to call for a 3-minute recess. We'll be back at 10:35. Thank you. Resume. We'll now move on to the 9:20 a.m. hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding CFD number 9 on 3 different parcel numbers. This is the southwest corner of Willow and East Alluvial. It is in Council District 6. Councilmember Richardson, you have the floor.
Roger. Council President, I'd like to, I'm going to have to excuse myself. I'll be recusing myself. I live on this block, so out of transparency and fairness, I will allow the conversation to take place in my absence.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Staff, if we'll wait a moment for the Councilmember to leave, and then we'll start with the presentation. Actually, you know what? I don't even think we need a presentation on this. It's just a pretty standard CFD. We'll call for public comment. Anyone wishing to comment on the 9:20 a.m. hearing? Going once, going twice. Okay. We're going to close public comment. Any council members wishing to comment?
Motion to approve.
Okay. Motion by Council Vice President. I will second that. Any opposition from the council? Okay. The item passes 6 with 1 recusal. And we'll wait a moment to get our colleague back in the room, and then we'll proceed to the 9:35 a.m. item. Okay, we're now going to move on to the 9:35 a.m. TEFRA hearing to hear and consider information concerning the proposed issuance of tax-exempt bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority. Stan Santino, you'll have the floor.
Good morning, Council. Yes, as you mentioned, today I'm here to introduce a TEFRA hearing. And just as a quick reminder, the hearing is required in the jurisdiction where a project is seeking tax-exempt financing, either for refinance or additional project construction. So in today's case, we have Caritas Affordable Housing that has asked the California Municipal Financing Authority to be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in the amount not to exceed $57 million. This amount will be used to support property mobile home park known as the Franciscan Town and Country located at 2317 through 2337 South Chestnut in Council District 5. And then just as a last reminder, any of the debt issued with CMFEA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower. The city will have no financial or legal obligation in connection with this financing. Sole purpose today is to just allow council or members of the public to express any opinion of the project itself.
Thank you so much. We're going to move on to public comment on the 9:35 TEFRA hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to comment, please do come forward. Don't see anyone coming up. Come on, Bruce, back there. Do you want to comment on this? No, I'm only kidding. Okay. We're going to close public comment and bring it back to the council. Any council comments? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Moved by Councilmember Vang, second by Council Vice President. Any opposition? There being none, it passes 7-0. Thank you, Santino. Yep. Okay, and I really appreciate the folks that have been patient. We're, believe it or not, even though we're behind schedule, we're actually a lot closer to schedule than before. So we have a 10:10 a.m. appearance by Debbie Nard regarding a text amendment. Is Ms. Nard here? Going once, going twice? Okay. Next appearance is by Matthew Gillian regarding concerns about SEDA.
Good morning there, esteemed council members and Councilmember Richardson. Just kidding. Today I'm here to discuss the proposed Southeast Development Area Plan. There's been reports and a brief statement last night at Fresno's Planning Commission meeting that reveal significant concerns regarding the financial viability and the transparency of its approval process. The most critical issue is the $4.3 billion infrastructure price tag. Analysis indicates a $3 billion shortfall, meaning developer fees would cover only about 20% of the costs, leaving taxpayers to cover that debt. This directly contradicts Mayor Dyer's recent budget presentation where he stated that the city of Fresno would operate within its means. A $4.3 billion budget shortfall with annexing new land without a clear funding mechanism doesn't align with operating within our financial means. There's also a concerning pattern of misinformation and lack of transparency. There appears to be holes in the outright lack of critical studies. Planning commissioners were given less than 48 hours to review the information, and statements were made that it is perfectly legal to certify final project documents based on drafts before their completion. These practices raise serious questions about the due process and the provisions of accurate, complete information to the decision makers and the public. Proceeding with such a significant project by certifying incomplete documents without the full disclosure undermines public trust and sets a concerning precedent for the procedures of current residents of Fresno. Despite its immense cost, the SEDA project is unlikely to address Fresno's affordability crisis, and claims to reduce driving mitigated environmental impacts are unsubstantiated. The current SEDA plan is financially irresponsible, lacking transparency and factual accuracy. It was truly refreshing to see Councilmember Richardson attend a meeting outside of his district in District 3 this past week, as it showed to the community members that he's willing to listen to all members, even though he represents his district. The SEDA plan impacts all current Fresno residents and is a commitment to the entire community, contrasts sharply with those who frequently defer to developer interests. It's become abundantly clear that Fresnans are ready to make their voices heard, and they're saying they're tired of backroom decisions seemingly made by how closely one is connected to some of the developers. I thank you all for taking the time and the interest in really seeing this project through, and really thank Councilmember Arias for making that motion today to defer decision on this after the budget process so that you all can take more time to make a decision on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrew Feel regarding SEDA, and I'm sorry if I got your last name wrong.
I appreciate you remember that.
Yeah.
Good morning, council members, staff, and mayor. So I do think SEDA will happen, and I think it probably should. I think it should, but not right now and not in this method. This is not the way to do it. At every neighborhood partnership, we work with so many different residents, so many different organizations that are investing in the neighborhoods that got left behind in our last period of really quick expansion and growth. And that mindset of all growth being good growth is something that we just need to change in our community. Our last expansion left a lot of the urban core with deep, deep scars. We need investment in the people and places that already live there, and not just expansion on the edges. I work out a little bit, but I'm clearly not a bodybuilder. And I think, stick with me a little bit here. SEDA and its current plan is like just working on a biceps. All we're doing is something that looks good, it looks pretty, and everybody's impressed. It's new roads, it's shiny homes, but if you neglect your core, you neglect your back, your legs, your body's gonna fall apart. And that is what has happened in our city. SEDA right now feels like a pretty bicep that we can show off something new that we're doing, but we can't afford to neglect the deeper work. The plan has to be rewritten and it has to be rebalanced. So for me, and I think for many of us, if I had some asks, I would say we really need to know the true cost. What is the true cost to the city to build and maintain SEDA? Just not a map. We need to understand that we have a lot of other plans that are existing in our city, and we need to finish those as well. So a lot of other plans in motion, but still waiting. And most importantly, we need a plan for SEDA that includes and incentivizes infill investment in our city and back into that urban core. So I hope to see a plan that comes back that has protections for our city and our services. Thank you so much. This is a new moment, new time.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you so much. Okay, next we have the appearance by Simon BSL regarding SEDA. I don't think the pastor's here today. Okay. Next is going to be an appearance by Ivan Paz regarding SEDA. And you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. My name is Ivan Paz. I am the project manager for the Community Land Use Academy, which is under Every Neighborhood Partnership. And I'm also a resident of the Jefferson neighborhood. For 10 years, I have been organizing with hundreds of residents over the years from some of these disadvantaged neighborhoods. I first started in the Lowell neighborhood, and then I really got into sort of land use advocacy with the Better Blackstone project, serving as a project manager for that. And now I get to work with a lot of residents that are starting to understand land use issues, processes, and are getting inspired to engage in advocacy work for their own communities. I have walked alongside of residents in their struggles to find solutions in their neighborhoods. A lot of those solutions that they have tried to develop are trying to address problems that are really the result of land use decisions. From getting canals fenced off to getting traffic signals in their neighborhood, and also to participate in developing what was successful in 2019, the Southern Blackstone Avenue Smart Mobility Strategy. So it has been a blessing to walk alongside of them and also walk them through simple processes like, where do you start? Oh, well, let's talk to your council member. And it's been a huge blessing as well to have council members that have been responsive to a lot of the residents' efforts. It's really beautiful to see when, they're not really sure in the beginning what they're doing, but as they start kind of walking through the channels of power, start getting to know their council members and and the different departments in the city, how empowering that experience can be for them. They also know what it's like to be denied their requests, often because of lack of funds. And so I want to just kind of address the issue from a different angle. We have seen the studies, we've heard the different ways that the SADA project can actually impact people. What I'm really concerned about is the disempowering of a whole community. We have a lot of momentum. We have a lot of residents that are starting to engage in a way that we have never seen before. And my concern is the concentration or the attention we will give SADA will be also a repetition of there's not enough funds to do anything in your neighborhood, and that can create a culture of disempowerment, which I am very concerned about. We all have stories in these neighborhoods. We have a collective story in our city, and I just want to make sure y'all know that you're a part of that story. And what I would love to see is a collaboration in the neighborhoods that have been left behind, and the momentum keep building. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our last timed speaker will be Sean Wilson regarding Southeast Development Area Plan. Is Mr. Wilson here? Okay. What we're going to do now, we have a couple people in the audience that one of them has a child and would like to speak. So we're going to call for unscheduled communication. If you both want to come forward, we could start with which either of the two you'd like. If you just state your name.
It's Yesenia Madrid.
Yesenia Madrid.
Madrid. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Yesenia Madrid. I'm actually an educator for Fresno Unified School District. I'm a mentor. I'm a single parent, and I've spent the past 5 years serving my community. I'm also a union rep for my school district. Like any parent, I want the best for my child. When my daughter was accepted into the Doctor Academy at Sunnyside High School, I made the decision to sell our first house in the Central Unified area and move closer to her school for safety, convenience, and peace of mind. All my family is about an hour away. Unfortunately, that decision has brought unexpected challenges. I signed a contract with KB Homes nearly a year ago, unaware of undisclosed city improvements that would delay construction significantly. These delays were not mentioned to me until after I signed a contract, leaving my daughter and me in limbo, dealing with high-cost short-term leases and unsafe living conditions. One night in January, a vehicle even struck our apartment. We were home, and it was the weekend right before we had to come back to second semester of school. We were displaced for a week and given another apartment a week later. I signed contract in June, promised a house by December. We're now in May, and I have no house. These are not just inconveniences. They've caused real emotional distress and instability for my family. I know there are at least other 10 families who are affected, and while I don't know their names, I'm speaking for them too. The process has felt isolating, but I know that I'm not alone. I know that they're out there, and I know that they're also frustrated. As our city grows, we must ensure that development is done responsibly. That includes holding private construction companies accountable for transparency. Buyers deserve to know if there are planned or pending improvements near a development before signing a contract, not after. As well as clear city improvement signage around the area so we know what's going on. I just proposed a simple policy to require private construction companies to disclose any of these city improvements prior to signing contracts, not after. Sorry. And the city to improve public accessible a timeline of such improvements. This is not about blame, it's just about being fair and making an informed decision for our families. We can build trust between residents, developers, and the city by being transparent and proactive. I'm not asking for anything crazy changes, right? It's just a practical policy that prevents these construction companies from not disclosing the correct information that can help families make those informed decisions to better meet the needs of our families, just by simply requiring them to disclose that information prior to signing a contract. I love Fresno and I love my school district. So let's make this a city where the development is done with us, not around us. I want to thank Brandon Vang's office. Anai has been amazing. And we've been talking a couple times already, and she's been reaching out. So I appreciate that, as well as the Planning Development Department, Terry, for communicating with us. So thank you.
Ms. Madrid, thank you so much for coming up here. I know we have another speaker, but I want to just ask a couple questions of City Manager. So this is KB Homes. This is in Southeast Fresno. Okay, can you give us some background here?
Yeah, it is required. There was Nick, is this the development we've been talking about? Clinton, which one is this? Clinton Armstrong?
It's between Temperance and Armstrong on Belmont. Yeah.
So it is a requirement that signage be posted at the beginning of the development, and there is a buyer's disclosure. And we have had problems with this developer, and they were complying, but then their staffer left, and apparently they stopped complying, and we have held any additional permits, and I can tell you they call every single day and request relief to be able to get more permits, and we have held the line very firmly. They will get no more permits until the infrastructure is done, and we have proof of their buyer disclosures. It is a policy whenever infrastructure is not complete and builders are asking for permits. We did put this policy in place as a result of another KB Homes subdivision several years ago where they moved people into homes before the sewer lift station being complete. And we had raw sewage flowing through a neighborhood that the city had to go in and relieve. So I affectionately call it the KB Homes rule. That now all developers have to follow, where we do require a buyer's disclosure, we do require signage. I was told there was signage, and then at some point it got knocked down, but we have held firm on that. I'm terribly sorry to hear that you're being treated this way, and I do want to assure you it is the policy because of past, and it's not just KB Homes, every developer who requests permits in advance of infrastructure completion. So, part of the problems that some of the builders are having is some of the delays. We know PG&E, so pretty much everything is done. They've got a traffic signal up, but they're not able to energize because of PG&E. But anyway, it's awful. I'm very sorry to hear this, but I feel like we do have a good policy in place, and it's unfortunate that the builder did not do what they were supposed to do, but I can assure you they are not getting any more permits on my watch. I've made that clear. Nick Messia, my assistant city manager, gets a call nearly every day begging for additional permits, and the answer is a big fat no.
That's great, City Manager. Just a clarifying thing. Are there any financial penalties or anything that we can do to hold them accountable? Any damage, liquidated damages or anything? Thank you.
I don't know. We'll have to look to see if there are any financial penalties. And here's the deal. We don't have to give them permits. This has been part of, because obviously we're in a housing crisis and we're trying to bring housing online, we are trying to balance with letting developers move forward to get some traction, but not too far.
This is a little bit different. That's my concern, because we have a lot of developers that face the situation, but they don't sell homes to people knowing that they're not going to be able to deliver. That's my worry here. So I want to make sure this particular group is being held accountable so they don't ruin it for everyone else.
Well, the biggest hammer we can do is they're not getting any more permits, and whether they're pre-selling homes for the permits they've requested, but they're not getting any more permits.
Thank you. Councilmember Vang, I apologize. This is your district.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. Before I make my comments, I know that you're standing right there. I'm going to let you go ahead and make your comments. You're carrying the baby. So go ahead and make your comments, and then I will make my comments afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So good morning, members of the City Council. As a real estate agent who serves our community, I want to express a concern that I believe deserves our immediate attention. I care deeply about our people I work with. I go beyond and above to ensure that they have a positive, informative experience throughout the home buying process. Unfortunately, not all parties involved in real estate transactions share the same level of accountability, particularly some builders. I've encountered situations where builders made serious errors or omissions during construction or the sales process, yet take no responsibility for the impact of those mistakes have the home buyers. In many cases, the contracts these builders use are structured to protect their interests while offering little to no resource for the buyer. This is where I believe the City Council can make a real difference, as if we as a city have the authority to set standards or requirements for those buildings in our community. We should strongly consider implementing policies, which she shared that there's already, but I think that would be great if there's like a financial, because at the end of the day, these builders look at the money, you know, they don't care policies or anything. So this could include builders disclosing past issues, stricter building standards, you know, having some kind of accountability, financial accountability for them or penalty. By taking proactive steps, we can help to ensure residents and protect that they're well informed, and most importantly, on a financial decision of their lives. Let's work together and hold these builders on a higher standard, because our community deserves nothing but less than transparency. Thank you for your time and commitment to serving our city.
Thank you. Councilmember Vang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Karbasi. And Ms. Madrid, I feel your frustration. It's beyond frustration. It should not take this long for you to move into your new house, and I apologize for that on behalf of District 5. And City Manager, thank you very much for the clarification on that. And anybody who wants to do business with the city in the future, especially in District 5, this is one way not to do business with District 5 and the City of Fresno, and this is not how you treat the citizens in District 5 and the citizens of Fresno. So this developer, the people who built these homes here, yes, you were put on notice, and thank you very much for reaching out to my office. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you so much. Okay. We're going to continue with unscheduled communication. Is there anybody else wishing to speak to the council today? This is your opportunity. Okay, then. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? Pulled items will be heard immediately after consent. No one's punched up. We're now going to take public comment now on all consent, including contested consent items as well as closed session items. If any member of the public would like to speak on items on the consent calendar or on a contested consent or closed session item, please do come forward, and each speaker will have 3 minutes. Just identify the item you'll be commenting on at the beginning of your comments. We don't have anyone coming up, so going once, going twice. Okay. We're going to close public comment for closed session, consent, and contested consent. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Moved.
Moved by Council Member Maxwell, second by Council Member Perea. Any opposition? Items are passed 7-0. Thank you so much, Council. Now we're going to move on to contested consent. City Clerk, I only see 2 items on contested consent. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. We'll start. It is a miracle. That's correct. We'll start in order. Item 2Q, that was pulled by Council Vice President. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that tabled? Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Director, I noticed a lot of these contracts, and you referenced that you put out an RFQ for folks to look at operating all these city shelters. I don't see, though, the responses from folks who responded but didn't get awarded or identified for award. Why aren't we putting everything in?
Yeah, Council Vice President, thank you for the question. Phil Sky, Assistant Director of the Planning and Development Department. So to clarify, Council Vice President, the RFQ occurs annually. We release it. We seek to procure and qualify any shelter operator, and typically our RFQs also include outreach. And so that is a process that we, again, engage in annually simply to qualify each potential vendor and operator. With regard to these 3 specific agreements, so following qualification, we then began to engage based upon responses. We began to engage those operators in conversations about specific shelters that they historically have operated. So we typically don't make changes. We think we value continuity of operation. and understand the impact when we make those changes. So in those conversations, we had 2 operators that decided for different reasons to no longer continue operating these 3 shelters. So what that then meant for us is we went back to all of the qualified operators and notified them that we had 3 shelters that we're now seeking vendors for, and we received 2 responses. So I'd be happy to discuss those further.
Sure. So first walk me through who walked away from the operation of the shelters.
Yeah. So for Fresno Home, again, this is something we've talked about for a number of years. An organization known as Mental Health Services, or Turn Behavioral Health, has operated that family shelter. They have decided to no longer be in the family shelter business. For Parkway Inn, which we refer to as Victory Village, and the Valley Inn, which we refer to as Sage Commons, has historically been operated by Turning Point of Central California.
Mm-hmm. And so those 2 organizations walked away from shelter operations?
They did, that's correct.
And in their place, who are you proposing operates those facilities?
So we went to all of the qualified operators. 2 responses were received. Staff's recommendation that those shelters be operated by Elevate Community Services.
Who else responded?
Poverello House.
Why not split up the responsibility between 2 operators?
Yeah, a couple of reasons. First of all, as you are very aware, Council Vice President, these shelters are moving down a road of eventual closure through conversion to permanent supportive housing. So that is a factor for us as staff in our recommendation, because we are looking for an operator that has the demonstrated capacity to be able to move folks out of shelter into permanent housing. For that reason, Elevate Community Services was recommended above Poverello House, who doesn't have the strength of operation to be able to do that. That's not what they do best. Further, when we looked at as we monitor positive exit rates to kind of underscore or punctuate this point, Elevate, again, has a much higher positive exit rate than the Poverello House. So that was another reason for recommending Elevate. And then lastly, Elevate leverages other dollars, namely CalAIM, which allows our dollars to stretch further. And so for those 3 reasons, Elevate was recommended.
So I have a couple of concerns. One of them is, as you recall, we started this process of sheltering during the pandemic, and we had emergency powers, so we didn't do the regular RFP process. Then we've transitioned out to RFQ process. That's still not an RFP, so it's not like we're getting the lowest bidder per se. That's not the driving force. As you noted, you have other criteria that resulted in you recommending who you're recommending. But one of the things that I'm increasingly concerned about is that we're creating a monopoly of who operates shelters. And secondly, in my experience, the organization that you're recommending has a past history of using our city shelters for the relocation of their own projects unassociated to city's operation of shelters. So I want to spend some time understanding how we're going to protect ourselves from our shelters being the relocation, solution to private development. That company also operates private housing units, a ton of them in the city. They operate property management for private housing units. So unlike Poverello, that's just in the charitable support systems kind of industry, we're basically going to a path of giving monopoly to one operator who also has a private real estate operation on the other arm of their organization. So I like to spend some time understanding how it is that we're going to protect ourselves from our shelter beds not being given up for their private interest of relocation plans. Secondly, I noted the benchmark that you put in place, and the benchmark is set at 50% safe exit. That seems to me as a pretty low benchmark, but again, I want to understand how, in more depth, understand how you guys reached that benchmark of 50%. Because in my experience, all the operators in the past, credit to the city and your department, have had a much higher success rate than 50 percentile. So with those questions in mind, is there any reason for us to have to approve this today, or can we have another meeting to go through those specifics.
Council Vice President, we could have another meeting. Absolutely. The agreements are set to commence July 1st, all three of these agreements. I would ask that we not move it beyond June 12th because that's going to be difficult. Yeah.
So what I would like to do, Council, is just make a motion to return this item to June 12th so that we can go through the details on how we arrived at this recommendation.
Council Vice President, I may be calling a special meeting in early June for some things that we need to get to earlier. Would you be open to that potentially being on that?
Absolutely.
As long as I meet with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
If we have time to meet and go through it, yes.
Okay.
So June 5th or June 12th? All right. Motion to table this to the 5th or the 12th meeting.
Great.
Thank you.
A motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? There being none, the item is further tabled.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to item 2NN, and this was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
Councilmember Maxwell, just a heads up, Mr. Barfield is on his way. Mr. Barr is going to try and answer your questions. It went a little bit faster than the team was expecting, so we'll do our best until Mr. Barfield arrives.
No worries. I think we could probably make do with Director Barr. Good morning.
Good morning, Councilmember Maxwell.
I didn't have a lot of time to look into this. Can you just tell me about the technology that we're trying to pursue, what it would do, and what the issue with the bids were?
Yes, and I'm going to put my facts hat on since I do come from that wonderful family. I do know there is a desire from the department to bring the transportation side of things to the digital age and be able to plan for trips, pay for fares through a mobile application, and several other different things when it comes to being able to travel across the city. I do know that they want to go through an account-based system to where somebody can sign up, charge their fares, get on the bus, transfer, and do all that stuff, just like many of the other major agencies in California.
So if we're paying virtually for fare now, I assume there will be some sort of e-ticket involved?
Yes.
Does that mean that we're going to have to install some sort of scanner in all the buses to read that information?
I believe that really kind of depends on the final solution, of which the department is recommending to reject all bids. In this instance, they're going to come back. The goal is still do that application, but what the final solution looks like is very much still in the air.
Doesn't it seem like we should have that understanding before we potentially award a bid for the part of the technology without understanding what the full picture is going to look like?
As I understand it, this is rejecting all proposals, so there's nothing to award on the table for council today.
Sure, but we're rejecting it because we did put it out there at some point, right?
Yes, we put it out there. What ultimately happened is when we put out an RFP, we have a set of selection criteria. And the selection criteria went out that was broader than I think the department hoped. So they got a lot of really different responses that could be evaluated in different ways. So now they have all this information. They're going to take this, refine their approach, and then go back out and to get exactly what they're looking for now that they have the education.
The whole picture, so to speak?
Yes.
What kind of timeline do you think we're working with?
I'd have to defer to Greg Barfield. He'd have to get back to you
City
on that.
manager, do you know? I mean, it's great technology. I think we should have had this like 15 years ago. Well, why is this coming now out of all times? I mean,
those are answers I just don't have, to be honest with you, council member.
Councilmember Maxwell, I might be able to help.
Sure.
So the goal is to either get right back out with an RFP as soon as possible, perhaps 4 to 6 weeks, because there was an issue with the way the RFP was issued. It was too broad, so we just need to narrow the scope. And then also look at potential other options. Can we do this? Could we potentially do this in-house? So we're going through that process now.
okay, and is there a plan though? I mean, this is just for the application, for the software on phones, right?
Correct.
For people to be able to purchase the ticket, plan their trip.
Yes.
But we don't have a plan in place for how that's going to be processed when somebody tries to board the bus yet? How those tickets get read once they purchase them online? How
That
they
is
get
part
tracked?
of this process.
It's all part of the bid.
It's all part of the process. It's the reading of the ticket, the reading of the e-ticket. It's the being able to track a bus in real time on the app, the entire process.
Okay. Do you mind sharing what the issue with the bid package was?
It was too broad in scope, as Director Barr explained. So when the information came in to open the bids and go through the process, there wasn't an established criteria that was narrow enough to make a fair and a fair decision that was most effective and efficient for the city.
Okay, understood. I think this is really cool.
It is.
Why now, though? I mean, again, I think something we probably should have done a long time ago. Why is this
Yes, it
coming
is.
now?
It is. It's long overdue. So why now? Now is better than never.
Okay.
So we're just trying to get this done.
Well, I hate to pop your bubble, Director, but I'll make a motion to approve. I know you just came all the way down here. Director Barr was able to answer.
And they didn't have half of it right.
Okay, well, if you would like to correct anything on the record.
If I heard you when I was zooming down, trying not to get a ticket by our fabulous PD, Sergeant Van Wyhe, who was at the light, the other piece of the puzzle is we were awarded an additional grant on demand, focusing on paratransit. We really want that paratransit solution same day, so that at the last minute, I'm not feeling good this morning, I could make a same day appointment. And then we were going to also use that technology for another, it's not quite a micro transit project, but for something else on the fixed
Talking
route
about like
side.
first, last mile type stuff?
Yes.
Okay. How do people book the paratransit services now? They just have to call so far in advance?
So yes, you have to call the day before and book a reservation. This is my pickup time. This is where I'm going, and then when I'm done there, where I need to come back home. This would make this much simpler because it gives you a window. But what if your appointment was shortened or elongated? Like you're at the doctor and now I got to go do some blood work or what have you. We're there and we miss you, but now you've got a call. This would also help with some of those missed trips by saying, hey, I need another hour. Can you repurpose me on that?
So the app would service fixed route and paratransit
Correct.
services?
Correct.
You mentioned microtransit. Can you elaborate on that a little bit, Director?
We've gone out after microtransit a couple of times, not very successful. There are problems and issues with microtransit when it comes to the cost. But one of the things we're looking at doing on the microtransit side is if there's an on-demand feature where we can pre-book some kind of trips in certain areas or to certain locations is what we're looking at.
Okay, and that's part of this package, or that's just?
No, that was part of what was added, the grant that we got after this this RFP was out.
Okay, understood. I assume we already have the technology on the buses to track them, and so we'll continue to use that same infrastructure on this potential app to let users track where the buses are in real time as well.
Yeah, so we have to have a public-facing GTFS feed for our fixed route. We also have that same capacity on our paratransit.
GTFS?
Yeah, it's some technical giga term. But it is the state of California requires us to have this public-facing. So if you're using like Google Transit or some other third-party app, this is how they track our buses, and this is how we track them too. So we offer that in a public space for trip planning purposes.
Okay, understood. All right, thank you. Motion to approve.
Council President, hold on. I need to understand what we got wrong, because you said we got it half wrong. So if you could clarify.
No, I was talking about the tap. When you guys were trying to elongate for me coming in, the one piece that was missing was this piece about we got money after the fact.
So we didn't get anything wrong, we just didn't get it all.
We didn't get it all.
Okay,
right.
thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you,
everybody.
City Manager.
Council President.
Yes, sir.
I have a ton of questions, but I'm going to delay those because if I can just get some one-on-one time with staff on understanding all the verbiage that was just outlined. I could not follow any of it, but I know you guys are going back out, but I'd like somebody to walk me through exactly what we're proposing to do, because I have used these apps other places. I don't know why we can't do that yet here, but if we can just get some time.
Well, actually, we do have an app. So our ISD department during the COVID era did create an app. It is public facing. It does not have a fare payment portion to it, which is something during COVID we wanted to do. My dear friend, your neighbor to the next of you, we weren't charging fares at that particular time. So that piece of spending that money on that technology kind of went to the wayside. But now that we're back to some fair payment, it does make sense for us to do it. And then you add the third layer of on-demand response on the paratransit side.
Yes, council member, we can get you some time to get you briefed.
The reason I wanted to understand it is as we go down this path of Measure C renewal, public transit will be a big conversation component. And if we had some better data, that we could be able to articulate our arguments are stronger. Thank you.
Nope, appreciate it.
Thank you, Council Vice President. There's been a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion from the council on this item? Any opposition?
Who was the second? Sorry.
I was a second. Oh, no. Council Vice President was a second.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, there being no opposition, the item passes 7-0. We're going to move now to closed session. As a reminder, we've already taken public comment on closed session items. City Attorney will read the closed session roster. City Attorney, for item 5A, I want you to read the entirety of what's on there. No, I'm only kidding.
Today in closed session, we have item A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Alan Sahogian versus City of Fresno. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Michael King versus City of Fresno. Item D has been continued to the next council meeting. Item E, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Jacqueline Lyday versus City of Fresno. Item F, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Geico versus City of Fresno. Item G, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item H, public employee performance evaluation, City Attorney. We will not have any reportable items after closed session.
proceed with the council meeting and the proclamation of the Animal Center with Mayor and City Manager.
All right, well, thank you very much, everyone. Every month, we bring in one of our pets from our animal center. For those of you who don't know, we have our own animal center in Fresno that we spent a lot of money for, about $20 million, and we invest about $9 million a year out of our budget into our animal center. And so this pet is up for adoption. This is Celia, 3-year-old husky. Got to be mixed a little bit. Sheds a little bit, not much. So we again, I'm going to let the folks from our animal center, whoever wants to talk about Celia, yours.
Like Mayor said, this is Celia. She's a 3-year-old female husky mix. She's very sweet, very dog-friendly, very go-with-the-flow personality. She loves treats. She knows how to sit, and she knows paw. So if you're interested in adopting Celia, please visit the Fresno Animal Center tomorrow. We're open from 10 to 4. All adoption fees are waived. We're also just a few weeks away from the adoption event of the summer. So on Saturday, June 7th, we will be having California Adopt-A-Pet Day at Fresno Animal Center. We're hoping to clear our shelters, so we want to adopt out as many animals as possible. We'll have sweet treats, snacks, vendors. It'll be a great time, hopefully adoption goodie bags. All adoption fees are waived, like I mentioned, so it'll be a great event for friends, family. Spread the word and be sure to stop by Saturday, June 7th. Thank you.
Very playful. Thank you, Council. You sure, Nick? Councilmember Richardson? Going once, going twice? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So next we have a proclamation for celebrating the Justin Garza High School Swim and Dive Championship victory. Sponsor is Councilmember Perea.
All right, let's have the whole team come up here. Come on, guys. Let's go. All right, let me just start by saying history has officially been made at Justin Garza High School. And for those who don't know, this school is just a few years old, but they have achieved things that many other schools in both Fresno and Central Unified have never achieved. And so while they're making their way up here, I want to tell you a little bit about the Justin Garza swim and dive team. They didn't just win, they truly dominated. They redefined what is possible, for sure. For the first time ever in history, both the girls and boys teams captured the NYL League titles. Let's give them a round of applause. But I want to go into detail on a few individuals. Will Lucas, raise your hand. There's Lucas. Remember that name, everyone. I was actually watching the news when I learned what exactly Lucas achieved. Lucas became the first ever swimmer from Central Unified School District to qualify for the state championships, and then he went on to win the CIF Paralympic 50 freestyle title. Congratulations, Lucas. Is it Emily? Emily? There he is. Amelie, pretty name. Amelie Sanchez and Christian Bustos. Where are you guys? Take a step forward, please. All right, guys, you're looking at the NYL Girls Swimmer of the Year and the NYL Boys Swimmer of the Year. Give them a round of applause. You guys have made Fresno proud. Thank you for your accomplishments. None of this would be possible without Coach. Coach, before you say a few words, I'm going to just reiterate what I said earlier, and that's Justin Garza High School is only a few years old. Is it 4 or 5? 4 years old. And again, this school has achieved something that many other schools in both Fresno and Central Unified have and may never achieve. And that just speaks volumes to the testament of the dedication, the hard work of not just the students, but of the dedication and the support of the families, who many are here with us today. So thank you for making Fresno proud. And Coach, I'm going to give you the mic to say a few words.
Hello, I'm Matthew Bogard. I'm the swim and dive coach for Justin Garza High School. On behalf of Central Unified School District and Justin Garza Aquatics, I'd like to thank you for this honor. To the City Council, thank you to your commitment and support in our city, the community, and most importantly, our kids. This team is a special group whose hard work, dedication, inclusion, and commitment to excellence produce results in and out of the classroom, as well as in the pool. I'm immensely proud of them, and it was an honor to be their coach this year. Thank you.
All right, so it's my honor to declare today, the 22nd of May, as the Justin Garza High School Swim and Dive League Championship Day in the city of Fresno. Congratulations, everyone. City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Whereas the Justin Garza High School Swim and Dive team has made history in 2025 by capturing its first ever Swim and Dive League Championship in school and district history. And whereas both the girls and boys swim and dive teams earned the coveted 2025 North Yosemite League NYL titles, showcasing dominance and determination throughout the season. And whereas the team secured an astonishing 17 combined individual and relay first place finishes, including 3 podium sweeps at the NYL Championships, an extraordinary display of athletic excellence, teamwork, and perseverance. Whereas Lucas Kircher made history as the district's first ever state qualifier in swim and dive and was crowned the CIF Paralympic 50 freestyle champion, a groundbreaking accomplishment that serves as an inspiration for athletes across Central California. And whereas athletes Amelie Sanchez and Christian Bustos were named the 2025 NYL Girls and Boys Swimmers of the Year, respectively, further highlighting the exceptional talent and dedication within the program. And whereas the team's success was made possible under the outstanding leadership of 2025 NYL Coach of the Year, Matthew Bugard, supported by committed coaching staff, including Jose Aguilar, Yadira Estrada, Megan Bugard, Adam Denny, Dana Davies, Gianna Rossi Hill, Justin Butler, and Christopher Steiner. And whereas since its establishment in the fall of 2021, the Justin Garza Swim and Dive team has rapidly risen to prominence, setting new standards for athletic excellence and school spirit in just a few short seasons. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members proudly recognize and commend the Justin Garza High School Swim and Dive team for an unforgettable 2025 season marked by historic accomplishments, individual excellence, and team triumph, and extend our heartfelt congratulations for their legacy-making achievement as NYL League champions, and extend its gratitude and congratulations to all those who contributed to this season's success, and do hereby proclaim Thursday, May 22nd, 2025 as Justin Garza High School Swim and Dive League Championship Day in the city of Fresno.
Next, we have on the agenda, also sponsored by District 1, the Norwegian Constitution Day.
We have certificates for each and every one of you, too, so your coach will hand those out to you in a bit. All right, so today we recognize a moment of great cultural pride and historical significance, and that is Norwegian Constitution Day. Let's come up here, guys. Join me. My three Norwegian constituents in District 1. My four, all right, get up here. Yeah, let's.
She was in a Norwegian reality show.
We have someone that was in a Norwegian reality show. Which one was that?
It's called Ultra Norge.
All right, you're going to have to tell us more about that. This is the first time in our city's history that we have celebrated this. I'm going to guess. I don't know. I can't confirm that, but I'm going to guess this is the first time. And I want to give a lot of kudos to Linda. I met Linda a number of years ago. We have stayed in touch, and if there's one thing that has been steadfast with Linda, it's her commitment to raise awareness about where she comes from and the importance of what the Norwegian culture plays here in the city of Fresno. And so you might be the 4 Norwegian residents in the city of Fresno. There's 5, okay. And if there's more, please come forward. But whether there's 1 or 1 million, you're all important. This is One Fresno, and so it's my great honor to recognize, it's actually May 17th as Norwegian Constitution. And so we actually celebrated this last Saturday at your home, and so thank you for inviting me over once again. A lot of people come and we eat a lot of good food and we just share in the rich culture of Norway. And so I'm going to give Linda the mic to tell us a little bit more, and maybe you can tell us a little bit about this reality show you were on.
Thank you. We celebrated Norwegian Constitution Day on May 17th. The Norwegian Constitution is actually the second oldest written, still in use constitution. It was based on the American Constitution, and it was written on May 17 in Eidsvoll, 1814. And so this celebration is a people's party. If you ever end up in Norway during May 17, don't be fooled. We're not a fun people. There's only one day a year that we look like a fun people. And so that's May 17th. And it's really kids-centered. We have a parade of children walking through the city, and kids are allowed to eat as many
hot dogs and ice cream.
Yes, exactly. You're not allowed to say no on this day. So when I came here, it was important for me, as for so many other immigrants, you want to celebrate, your heritage. Actually, in Norway, we often say that there are no one as Norwegian as the Norwegians in the U.S., and so, coming here, I wanted to bring this here and just make a fun party. So this is an annual party. So next year, everyone, come to the party. You guys know that I do good parties, some of you. So, feel free to come, and we will continue celebrating this.
Do you want to Sure.
Hi, I'm Flannery Good. I actually am born and raised Fresnan, but I had the opportunity to be on a reality TV show in Norway because my dad's family's heritage, they're all Norwegian. So it was an amazing experience. I got to learn so much about my culture that I knew nothing about. Obviously, growing up in Fresno, there are very few Norwegians here, but it was an amazing experience. And I'm so happy I met Linda because now I can continue learning even more about this culture. So this is so cool. Thank you.
Absolutely, my pleasure. And we're going to do this every year moving forward. So it's my pleasure. We're going to declare Saturday, May 17th, 2025 as Norwegian Constitution Day in the city of Fresno. Congratulations. City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Whereas on May 17, 1814, the Constitution of Norway was signed at Eidsvoll, marking the establishment of Norway as an independent kingdom grounded in democratic principles, civil liberties, and national pride. Inspired by the United States Declaration of Independence, 1776, and the French Revolution, 1789, the Norwegian Constitution is the second oldest written constitution still used today. And whereas Norwegian Constitution Day, or 17. Mai, is celebrated not with military parades, but with children's processions, community gatherings, traditional attire, and joyful expressions of freedom and unity. Many people dressed in their finest national costumes, known as bunad, to honor this special day. And whereas the celebration often begins with festive breakfast shared with friends and family, and afterwards, residents indulge in the customary meal of sausages, hot dogs, cakes, and ice cream. Marching bands play a variety of music, but the highlight is the national anthem, Yavi Elsker. And whereas, according to the 2021 U.S. Census, 4.5 million Norwegian Americans live in the United States. Fresno County has a history of welcoming families of Scandinavian heritage, including Norwegians. Norwegian Americans in Fresno, California are descendants of Norwegian immigrants who came to the United States, particularly in the 19th and early 20th centuries, seeking better opportunities and new lives. The contributions of Norwegian immigrants, like all the immigrant communities of the Central Valley, have enriched our community, bringing them values of hard work, innovation, and a strong sense of cultural heritage. And whereas on Saturday, May 17th, 2025, Norwegian Americans in Fresno, California, joined millions around the world in commemorating Norwegian Constitution Day, a celebration that continues to serve as a powerful reminder of the enduring strength of democracy and our shared commitment to liberty and justice for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby recognize and proclaim the Saturday, May 17th, 2025 to be Norwegian Constitution Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Our last proclamation will be sponsored by the City Clerk. It's a proclamation celebrating the 56th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week.
All right. Well, it is a joke among the municipal clerk's profession is that nobody knows what a clerk does. And so because of that, in 1969, the IIMC, the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, decided to create a Professional Municipal Clerks Week. It's been recognized by President Reagan and President Clinton. It was quickly endorsed by all members of the IIMC, that is the United States, Canada, and 15 other countries that all saw that the profession was worthy of recognition. And so what is it that the professional clerk does? They administer the democratic processes. That is simply what they do. Those processes include elections, access to city records, legislative actions, ensuring transparency to the public. The city clerks act as the compliance officer for federal, state, and local statutes, including the Political Reform Act, the Brown Act, and the Public Records Act. The city clerk manages public inquiries and relationships and arranges for ceremonial and official functions. All of that is accomplished while at the same time answering to the city council, the mayor, the city manager, and all of the administrative departments and the public. And the team in the Fresno City Clerk's office handles all of that without missing a step. This team is cohesive, they get along very well, and they handle the stress that comes along with having hundreds and thousands of bosses to answer to. So because of that, we would like to recognize our clerks. I, in particular, would like to recognize the clerk's office in the city of Fresno. And with that, would the city clerk like to read the proclamation? Yes, I would love to read that proclamation. Thank you. Whereas the office of the municipal clerk is a time-honored and vital part of local government that exists throughout the world, whereas the office of the municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of the municipal clerk provides the essential link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas the professional municipal clerk, they have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Whereas the professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the city clerk. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Council of the City of Fresno, do recognize the week of May 4th through May 10th, 2025 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week in the City of Fresno. That crowd goes wild. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, good job. Thank you so much. So now we're going to move on to back into closed session, and we will come back at 5:30 for our final piece of business for the evening. Thank you very much, folks. Our council meeting. I appreciate everyone for their patience. It is now 5:33, and we are going to be discussing the last item on our agenda, which is the 5:30 p.m. hearing for the text amendment, and we follow a regular set of rules for hearings. The first is a staff presentation. If you do want to speak on this matter, there are these yellow cards up front. Please do fill out those cards, and we will call folks up one by one. And depending on the number of cards we receive, right now it's 3 minutes. We may change that, but right now it is at 3 minutes speaker. Okay, Sophia, please go ahead and proceed.
Yes, good afternoon, Council President Carbasi, members of the council. I'm Sophia Pagalatis, Planning Manager with the Planning and Development Department, and this afternoon I'm here to present text amendment application number P2400794, which proposes to amend the development code to allow approval of office-to-dwelling conversions and new residential uses in office zones, as well as ministerial approval of these uses, plus housing near bus stops in multifamily zones and infill residential in mixed-use zones. In order to create more opportunity for housing, the city has committed to allowing residential uses in office zoning in multiple ways since 2022. First, in the One Fresno Housing Strategy in April of 2022, and then through its pro-housing designation, which the city received in 2023. As announced by the mayor this morning, the state is withdrawing this designation based on the city's failure to meet these commitments by the deadline, although the city can reapply for designation once these commitments have been met. The pro-housing designation is increasingly important for qualifying the city for state funds. Further commitments include City Council Resolution 2023-64, affirming the city's desire to pursue this text amendment, and the recently adopted housing element, which includes a program that requires the city to add higher density residential capacity in high resource areas. Housing Element Program 2 requires the city to provide new capacity for 2,500 dwelling units by the year 2031, starting with 500 units this year. If this text amendment is not approved, the city will be obligated to rezone individual sites in high resource areas in order to achieve the required capacity. The text amendment has two separate components. The first component is the new residential uses, and these are only proposed in the office zone. They are the office to dwelling conversions and the new multi-unit residential on vacant office zoned land. The second component is a proposed process change, ministerial approval, that would apply in these areas: the office zone, multifamily zones within half mile of a bus stop, and mixed-use zones within the infill priority area. Residential uses were allowed in the office zone in the city's prior zoning code up until 2015. The zone was called the Administrative and Professional Office District, and residential uses were allowed in that zone with a conditional use permit. Ministerial differs from discretionary approval in that under discretionary approval, the review authority, whether that be the planning director, planning commission, or city council, can apply a variety of conditions of approval beyond the standards and regulations in the development code. Ministerial approval, on the other hand, is strictly limited to application of codified objective standards. Currently, housing in downtown is set forth in the development code for ministerial approval, subject to certain code requirements. Both ministerial and discretionary approvals are appealable to the Planning Commission. The great majority of housing projects today are subject to discretionary approval as a development permit. This entitlement type is approved at the planning director level unless appealed and not noticed to the public. However, development permits are subject to CEQA and so may have extended timelines based on the level of CEQA review required. Ministerial approvals are not subject to CEQA and are therefore streamlined. Ministerial approval is not a free pass. It is a systematic application of requirements to address all zoning standards, environmental conditions, and infrastructure needs up front. If at any point during the ministerial review process the project does not comply with the requirements established in the zoning or in this proposed text amendment, it's not eligible for ministerial processing. Projects which are located in these sensitive areas would be ineligible for ministerial approval and would undergo the discretionary process. These sensitive areas include things like land under Williamson Act contract, airport safety zones, hazardous sites, for example. Projects that exceed these impact thresholds would also be ineligible for ministerial review. These include things like presence of a protected species or subsurface cultural resources, exceedance of health risk assessment criteria for construction adjacent to sensitive uses, and other traffic thresholds. Finally, ministerial projects must meet these infrastructure and environmental thresholds. They must be within existing infrastructure capacity. They must comply with the city's noise standards. They must follow all previous existing environmental assessments, meet sewer and water flow capacity, comply with the city's complete streets policy, and may be required to install transit improvements based on level of service. This map shows the sites affected by the text amendment. Shown in red are the office zones where new residential uses would be added. Shown in blue are the multifamily district locations within half mile of a bus stop where ministerial approval would apply. And shown in purple are the mixed-use zones within the infill priority area where ministerial approval would apply. To reemphasize, there are use changes in the office zone district and ministerial process changes proposed for the office, multifamily, and mixed-use zone district, and the two could be considered independently. A mitigated negative declaration was completed for this project last fall. It analyzed an additional 4,868 dwelling units of capacity for the new residential units of capacity, proposed in the office zone district. Approximately 70 comment letters were received, with the majority expressing concerns related to the traffic in the Herndon Prospect area. Here are the concerns we heard. The comments focused, as I mentioned, on traffic issues, noise, and air pollution impacts. Several of the project review committees heard the item and provided questions about the ministerial approval process. At the Planning Commission hearing held on March 5th, 1 member of the public spoke in support and 19 members spoke in opposition, focused on the comments previously described. The Planning Commission voted to deny the application. In order to address the concerns expressed in the comment letters and at the hearing, staff proposes the following revision: that new residential development is prohibited on vacant or underutilized parcels in the office zone district citywide within 500 feet of a school. And that brings us to our recommendation. Staff recommends adoption of the mitigated negative declaration and text amendment as noted to allow approval of office to dwelling conversions and new residential in office zones, as well as ministerial approval of those uses, and housing near bus stops in multifamily zones, and infill residential development in mixed-use zones. That concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Sophia. Before I go to council, I have several council members punched up. Just for the public, there are cards if you want to fill it out. Indicate if you're in support or opposed or neutral. I want to be fair and call both sides. And we discussed this during a workshop at the last council meeting. Workshops don't include time for public comment. They're informational items. There was a lot of very robust, I'll say the word passionate to be nice, debate among the council. I don't know how much of that you're going to get tonight, but a lot was said on the record in general about ministerial zoning. So we're going to move to, I have one clarification I'd like before I go to the council. You mentioned at the end a recommendation for a 500-foot buffer for sensitive use, meaning around schools. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So in District 2, in my council district in Northwest Fresno, what 2 schools are on that list that have office-zoned parcels around them that would be exempt from, if the council passed it today as is, they'd be exempt from that policy?
One is Tatarian Elementary,
Okay.
and I would need to
I
investigate
think it
the
was
other
Rio
one.
Vista Middle School, I think possibly.
I would need to double-check that
Okay.
for you, which we could do.
So to be clear, if a majority of council members were to pass this today as is, as recommended, and as the same item that went to Planning Commission, it would pass, but those vacant parcels of land next to Tatarian Elementary would be exempt, meaning those cannot be, I say ministerial rezone, they would have to come to council for a rezone.
Yes.
The residential and office would not apply to those parcels.
Right.
That's right.
If a developer wanted to come in and wanted to put multifamily, any kind of housing there, they'd have to go through the process we have now and would come to the council, and the folks here would be able to show up and speak their opposition, correct?
That's right, because it wouldn't be authorized through
Okay.
the text amendment. I did want to add a clarification
Yes.
as well, that the 500-foot buffer applies citywide. It doesn't just apply.
Yeah, I was just
Yes.
curious for my council
Right.
district, but correct, it is
Right.
citywide, thank you. And then city attorney, a clarifying point, if the council were to make a change today and try to remove that buffer, that protection that's in there, would that require us to start over and go back to planning commission?
Yes.
So that would be a substantial change?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
And just for clarification, I don't think that this can be approved today.
Yes.
You said that a couple times.
I was going to ask you about that too. Yeah, so today, this is for introduction. Are there any legal issues if we were to take a vote today and approve this? Because I know there's been some questions in the past about that.
As we've advised in the past multiple times on any item that is on for introduction and adoption later, at introduction, you can take a vote. It's purely symbolic.
Okay, thank you. So first, I have punched up Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. Given that this is a hearing and there's no vote today, I want to ask some clarifying questions from staff. One, I do have a request before this comes back for a vote. If you can provide us an actual map of the 500 buffer buffer around schools that was referenced earlier. I want to see exactly what parcels would be out of play under this ordinance. You reference in your presentation that this process already existed prior to 2015. Did I hear that correctly?
That residential uses were allowed in the then office zone district up through the end of 2015, yes.
The 2015. Do we know, in the zones that are being proposed, is it fair to say that's Herndon Corridor? Is that the area? Can you bring up the map where this would have an impact?
Sure. I mean, there are office zone districts citywide.
But the one specifically in the, what we call neighborhoods of opportunity, or
right, the high resource areas.
The high resource neighborhoods.
Yes.
Can you pull up the map that shows?
Yes. Yes.
That one?
Yes. Those.
Is that dark blue or is that yellow that we're talking about?
It's the high opportunity zones. Right.
Would it be dark blue?
Yes.
The medium blue and the light blue.
Okay.
I think the office space she was talking about, that was the color-coded map that was on the PowerPoint a few slides back.
Do you know what slide number? Can we show that on the screen for the public?
Yes. Let's see. I need Bernard.
Bernard. Oh, he's missing. All right. Yeah, that one.
Yes.
Bernard. Hurry, Bernard. Come on down. Ms. Vanna White, you can have a seat. Thank you. Thank you. Now, for the record, I represent basically everything south of McKinley, west of First Street, so downtown Tower. So I'm not that familiar with all these neighborhoods of, what do we call them? Neighborhoods of resource?
It's high resource.
High
areas.
resource neighborhoods?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Councilmember Arias, which map did you want to see?
The one that shows the high resource neighborhoods.
Okay.
Where this ordinance would apply.
Yes, here we go. I think we have it right here.
Okay,
Yes.
so for the record, it's basically the dark blue, the lighter blue?
The dark blue and that medium blue.
Medium blue?
Yes, that looks kind of turquoise, yes.
Is it fair to say that the vast majority of these neighborhoods were built prior to 2015?
Probably, yes.
Right? These are not the fringes of new subdivisions. This is probably all prior to 2015. So when
There's some construction happening in some areas of this.
But most of the Herndon corridor was built prior to 2015, wasn't it?
The majority, I would say.
Do we know when the housing popped up on Herndon? What year was that? Was that 1980s, 90s, 70s?
In my district, we have Bonadellis that are built in the 70s, just south of Herndon.
70s, so it's been a while. So it's fair to describe then that when people moved in and those homes were built and since then probably sold and and repurchased, at that time, for the vast majority of that time, residential was allowed in office use, adjacent
Yes.
to office use, right?
With a conditional use permit, yes.
Correct. What changed in 2015? What was the reason for changing that in 2015?
The city adopted a new development code, and the land uses were somewhat different. It included mixed use for the first time, and so in that particular set of uses, residential was not included in the office zone district.
And was this citywide or just in this sector?
Citywide.
Citywide office residential was not allowed in office
Correct.
zoning?
Correct.
When was it allowable in the rest of the city? Because I know it's been allowed in my district for quite some time.
So allowing residential in the office zone district was permitted in the city's prior zoning code, which was in existence for decades, up until 2015, citywide. And then once the new development code was adopted at the beginning of 2016, then the new office zone district did not allow residential uses, citywide.
Citywide. So this change in ordinance is not required for us today to do residential in current office zoning, right? In my district, we're building residential.
Could you restate the question? I'm not sure I understood.
What I'm trying to understand is I've dealt with residential being built next to office since I took office in 2019. We've never needed this mechanism or additional ordinance authority for that. That's just been an allowable use.
Council member, we have much more prevalence citywide of mixed-use zoning, which allows that combination of uses on the site. But currently today, under today's code, the only residential use that's allowed in the office zone district is a lodging to dwelling conversion. So that shouldn't be happening.
So in other words, if this office area was zoned mixed use, then we wouldn't even be having this discussion, correct?
That's correct.
It would automatically be allowed to be residential like it is in downtown in Blackstone.
That's right.
Is that fair?
Yep.
Why wasn't that then the path that we chose instead of this ministerial for high resource neighborhoods? Why didn't we just go to mixed use zoning to match the rest of the city?
I think at the time we aligned the mixed use with our highest frequency transit corridors for the most part, and left some of the office corridors in place. That was sort of how we prioritized
That
mixed
makes
use.
sense.
Yep.
Is Herndon not considered a high, transit corridor? I know it has a dedicated bus route now. It has
Right.
a lot of lanes of traffic.
At the time, we didn't have the Herndon Crosstown, transit service. So I would say it wasn't considered as much of a transit corridor. I think it's moving in that direction now.
Yeah. Council President, you recall when the bus route was started on Herndon? It was recent, right?
I don't recall that, but I'm about to eliminate it.
But it was recent, wasn't it?
I'd say within the last year, yes.
Okay. So, all right. Well, thanks for addressing my questions. So just again, for confirmation, to check my own understanding, prior to 2015, this conversion would have been allowed next to office use, correct? In office use.
Correct.
As long as you got a conditional use permit.
Right.
Would
Hold on,
under
I
this...
just want to further clarify.
Yes.
It would have been allowed with a CUP.
With a conditional use permit.
Okay,
Correct.
sorry, I want to make sure that was clear.
Now, my other question, if this ordinance was to be approved, would any housing project require a conditional use permit? Or would they be exempt from a conditional use permit?
In this proposal, there is no conditional use permit proposed.
Okay.
Or needed. No.
My last question on this ordinance is drafted. Who has the ability to appeal the director's decision as drafted?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Can you clarify, Director, or Sophia?
Yes, so it would be appealable to the Planning Commission, and anyone could appeal it.
So any member of the public could appeal the director's determination under this ordinance as drafted?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Director, who do you report to?
Figure out how to get this to work. I report to the city manager.
City manager, who do you report to?
I report to the mayor.
Okay. So, and the mayor reports to all of us. And what I mean is all of us in the city, not just the council, so no need to ring the bell there, city manager. Just to be clear, as proposed, this would essentially allow residential and office zoning, as was the case prior to 2015, with a conditional use permit. Going forward, one wouldn't be required. Any member of the public could appeal the director's decision. That would trigger to go to the Planning Commission. If the Planning Commission was to approve it, who can appeal it at that point?
Planning Commission's decisions are appealable to the City Council.
So and I believe it is correct, City Attorney, that in our procedures, the council member of the area where the project is located and the mayor and the planning director all have the authority to appeal project.
I think it's just the mayor and the council member.
It's not the planning director? Okay, so if the planning commission was to approve it, the council member at that area or the mayor could either appeal it and bring it to the full body. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you. I do want to enter for the record, too. I did read all the correspondences of opposition. I think you referenced about 70 oppositions. I also read the correspondence in support. I do want to make sure that the record includes those. The Chamber of Commerce of Fresno supports this ordinance. Invest Fresno, mostly industrial developers, support this ordinance. The Highway City Community Development Corporation, the Fresno City and County Housing Authority, Chinatown Association, Better Black Zone, Up Holdings, and the Low Community Development are on the record in support of this ordinance as drafted, in addition to all those who sent a notice of opposition. Those are my questions for the moment, staff.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next punched up is Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. I do want to start by acknowledging, and Council President, I think you were alluding to it, and I'm going to be a little bit more candid. Based on, I did watch the Planning Commission meeting, and I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces who spoke against this item. And I just want to make clear there's one very important part of this item which I think you are all very interested in, which is that 500-foot buffer around schools. Whatever we're going to be approving here, it would not be applicable, so this policy would not be applicable within 500 feet of a school, which if we're thinking about history, I'm thinking about a project on Herndon and Prospect. That site or anywhere near that area within 500 feet would not be applicable to this policy. So it would still have to go through the same discretionary policy. The council member would still have full discretion to fight on your behalf if there is a housing proposal within 500 feet of a school. And I am supportive of that. If anyone has ever had to pick up their kid from school, there's a lot of traffic congestion. I just did it at Manchester Gate earlier today. And so I do believe that there should be a little bit more discretion exercised if there are high-density projects within a perimeter of a school. And so I know there was a lot of misunderstandings about what this policy does or doesn't do, takes away power. If anything, I do want to just make a few comments about this idea of taking away power or taking away influence. I want to be on record as stating this policy does not take away power, and we talked a little bit about it. We still have an appeal period. Right now, there is no appeal period for a housing project. So if there is no rezone and somebody wants to come in and build a housing project, there is no, the council member will not be notified of that housing project. This policy requires a council member to now be notified of a housing project. So there are safeguards in this policy, whether you think they're strong enough or not, there are safeguards in this policy that increases a council member's ability to have influence over their district. The other thing I want to make note of is this is not a free pass type policy. We are not circumventing environmental mitigation requirements. Any housing project still has to go through the zoning ordinance and meet all the development standards. So what this policy actually does is it does green light infill housing construction projects. Now, council members, if there's a housing project in your district that is approved under this policy and none of your constituents come out to complain, great, there's nothing to appeal then, and you just got a new housing project in your district that was approved in an expedited and a more cost-effective manner. However, if there is a housing project that does cause some concern, your constituents are upset about it, you still maintain your ability to appeal. And if anything, this policy gives you that extra ability to be notified, whereas previously you were not given that notification. So with that being said, we did talk at length about this last week. I don't know if anyone saw that discussion. We are in a housing crisis. We are in a housing shortage crisis, a housing affordability crisis. And so I know that not everyone wants denser housing in their backyard, but it's that NIMBYism that contributed to this crisis that we're in. And I do respect that. I do respect the ability to come out and voice your concerns. And I want to say one last thing. Sophia, you mentioned earlier that if we deny this item, we're just going to have to keep coming back and we're going to have to do rezone after rezone after rezone after rezone, because we still have to make up these housing units somewhere. So whether we do it tonight or we do it another night, we have to increase our housing unit capacity. We have to increase our housing unit capacity. And so if you guys like coming here in the evenings, great. We will continue to do this because we have an obligation, a state mandated obligation to increase our housing capacity. So it's either we do it tonight or we can piecemeal it, but we'll keep coming back here and we will keep doing this. And so with that being said, Council, this policy does include a lot of your requests for changes. This policy does include many safeguards. But what this policy also does is it's the opposite of sprawl. I said it last time. A lot of people here probably don't want us to approve SATA either. You probably don't want us to divest in your neighborhoods and start building out in Southeast Fresno. It's either we do that and or we start building more infill units. But either way, we're going to have to build more housing. If not for you guys today, it's for your kids or my kids or your grandkids. But one way or another, the city is growing, and we have to figure out what's the best way to grow. There's no easy answer. I get it. If you guys have alternative answers, you may have already shared those with your council member. But my door is always open to have those discussions.
Mayor veto the safeguards?
Council President.
Sorry, folks. We'll get to your questions. Please take a card if you'd like to speak, but we don't want to get engaged in shouting because it never works. But we will get to all your questions. Please do. When you get a chance to speak, we'll come to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council
Does that conclude your? Okay. Next, we have Councilmember Richardson.
Sophia, if you don't mind, a couple questions. First thing, just to clarify, you mentioned underground cultural resources. Would you mind explaining to me just real briefly what that is?
Yes, they would be basically archaeological resources that would be significant, and that would occur if development were proposed on a previously undisturbed site, which is a very rare thing in an urban area, but the safeguard is there.
Okay. Be interested to see if we had any of those on the Herndon corridor that have kind of snuck under the radar for years. The second thing, I'll be honest, one of the pieces of the presentations this morning that really caught my attention was the fact that Fresno has fallen out of the favor of Sacramento and has lost our designation as a city that is pro-housing. That's not good. It's not what we want, right? We want that money from the state to come down to make sure that all of the funds aren't being paid by city money and by residential money. And I'm as big a fan of that as anybody else. The addition or the implementation of ministerial approval, is that one of our 33 items on our checklist that will help us get back to that pro-housing nomenclature?
The ministerial portion is not, but the allowance of residential and office districts is.
Okay, so half of this would be a point in the right direction. Half of it is not getting us back to that title of pro-housing, if I understand correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, just clarification. Thank you.
I do want to remind the council, however, that the ministerial approval does help the city comply with Program 2 of its housing element, which requires the 2,500 units of housing capacity. Okay. So just wanted to remind.
Thank you, Sophia. I have no other council members punched up. I'm going to ask some questions. And we'll come back to speakers that have already spoken. And forgive me, I'm going to maybe repeat a few things because I want to make sure they're on the record, whether it was asked today by another council member or it's something that was asked when we discussed this at the workshop. So to be clear, previously, if I had a piece of office land that was zoned before, was it 2015 you said? It
Right.
was possible to come in here and build multifamily on that property.
That's correct.
But it required a CUP, is that correct?
Correct.
And how does a CUP get passed? Is it ministerial or does it come to the council member? council?
It would not necessarily come to the council unless it were appealed, but it is publicly noticed, and then it
So the residents
can
of
be
the area
appealed.
would know, oh, this is going to be proposed, and they would call me or whoever council member, and they'd have a chance at least to have a say.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, so there was that safeguard. Because I know there's a lot of talk of, well, you used to be able to do this, but you used to be able to do it, and you'd be notified about it. I want that on the record. So Councilmember Richardson alluded to this as something I asked last time. Again, to keep our pro-housing designation, which helps us to get money from the state for affordable housing. I want to be clear, though. Does that require the text amendment with ministerial, or just the text amendment portion that brings those units online? On paper?
Just the text amendment portion, the use changes in office.
Okay, so ministerial does not have to be approved. I know the developers want it, but it doesn't have to be approved to actually get our pro-housing designation back.
That's correct.
It could help with the other portion like you mentioned. Okay. Do we have a breakdown of how many units you get if we approve the portion that's conversion of existing offices to residential, and how many thousands of units we get with the vacant land to residential?
Yes, it's 2,600 units of capacity with the office to dwelling conversions, and approximately 2,100 units of capacity with the new construction on vacant land.
So we'd actually get more, 2,600 units, if we just approve the portion that's existing offices, existing dwellings to conversion, correct?
Correct.
That's a lot of units to get online. I think Sacramento would be happy with that. I think fundamentally with this issue, there are really three elements we're talking about here. At least that's what I'm considering. One is the state of California and not wanting to lose our designation, so we're eligible for that money for affordable housing. But to be clear, my frustration is we cannot live in fear of Sacramento just because they yesterday pulled our designation anyways, despite assurances they were going to wait to do that, and they did it. So that cat's out of the bag. And we have done more as a city under this administration to build affordable housing these 5 years, and I think maybe in the last God knows how many, even though those units don't generate tax base and the rest of working families are actually working harder to subsidize those developments. But I'll leave it at that. The second element is how this impacts the role of the council and whether it passes the buck to, with all due respect, this is all about structural, not about a specific person, an unelected person that works for an unelected official. And that's really, I think, where we have that difference of philosophy I talked about, which is a really difficult pill to swallow. We can just disagree. It's just a difference of philosophy. Because I've seen that happen in California with something called the Public Utilities Commission. So I can go to my state legislator and say, I'm tired of utility rates being too high. And they say, sorry, the CPUC, they're appointed officials, they're the ones you have to go to. Even if it's passed today, and there is a portion that says the council members are notified and we have the ability to appeal. I've learned a lot about politics over the last 5 years. I know there are some people that come up here and they love a cop-out because they can point to the other person saying, hey, I want to fight for you, but I can't get the 4 votes in the council. I'm not that guy. And I don't want to create an opportunity where some of those people get rewarded for that behavior, because it's really important to me that the people hold us accountable. I'm very worried about that with this policy. And then ultimately, it's operating with the consent of the public and how this changes that. Objectively, I understand how industry wants this. We all know how some of those environmental laws in California make it impossible to grow and create more jobs in our economy. That is absolutely true. This helps reduce some of those barriers. That's why they'd want that. But the hard thing, I think, for myself, and I think Councilmember Richardson alluded to this as well, is taking power away from the elected representatives of the people. We're not a CPUC. We're the public representatives. So it's really, really hard. And I'm looking forward to hearing public comment to see how people feel about this. Now, if I want to appeal, if this is passed as is, and I as a council member or the mayor retain the ability to appeal something that comes forward ministerially, do I need to make findings to appeal, or can I appeal for any reason?
I would need to defer to the attorneys for that.
It would be the same process that we always advise you on. Make the appeal, you don't want to seem biased, and then you would have to make findings one way or the other depending on where you go.
Well, that's really, that's alarming though, because right now we can bring things forward. So we'd have to actually have other barriers, so other excuses for the public. I'm sorry, we can't do this because of X, Y, and Z. Again, that's the process I'm worried about.
Wait, hold on. You're saying we have to have findings to do the appeal?
Not to lodge the appeal, no.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarification. Thank you, City Manager. Okay. And this point was alluded to before. Yes, we can all appeal. Again, I'm not worried about this administration. They've been very transparent with the council. I'm not worried about staff letting us know. But I don't know what happens 10 years from now or 20 years from now or even less than that when this mayor is gone and we have another mayor. What if they're more adversarial with the council? I mean, you know, this neighborhood, of course, they have zero experience with a developer trying to sneak something in. That's never happened to them before. But what if a developer does do that and it's kept from the council member? Now, I'm very, very concerned about that despite there being any safeguard in here. Forgive me, I become more skeptical in this job and don't trust the system. Last two things I want to say is, I don't think the folks here tonight are here because of NIMBYism. I know NIMBYism is a real thing. It's not in my backyard. But I will say this. I get to know a lot of these folks because I grew up in Northwest Fresno. I've walked their doors. They know my number. They know me. They know me personally. I know they're very diverse. They're Democrats. They're Republicans. They're people that work in labor. They're people that own businesses. They're lawyers. They're teachers. Everyone makes all these assumptions about North Fresno. These are hardworking families that bought their homes knowing this is how their neighborhood's going to grow. And the concern about the policies that are passed across the city is the portion of this entire text amendment I have an issue with is what I call ministerial rezoning. It's changing the use and not coming to the council to do that and trusting a new system. You're going to have politicians with the resolve to do the right thing. I don't trust that. I'm sorry, I just don't. So they say it's not ministerial rezoning. It's changing the land use and taking that step away from the public. That is a really hard pill for me to swallow. I think fundamentally it's wrong. I don't know how things are going to go today with the council. I do appreciate, though, that there is the buffer in there for this particular neighborhood next to Deterian Elementary, that those parcels will not be ministerially rezoned. That is comforting. But looking at this policy overall, I think to take power away from the elected officials and give it to a non-elected person fundamentally is a problem. And that the public can vote us out of office, but it's hard to vote out of office with all due respect to city manager or planning director. So those are some of my comments. I'm sure I'll have more when we hear from public comment, but I appreciate the folks being here tonight, and I do appreciate my colleagues for their thoughts. Again, it was a robust debate last week. I think it's going to be robust tonight as well. Next, we're going to go back to Council Vice President and then Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, President. I think you referenced a couple of times that we're towards the end of, this debate because of the last time we had it. But I do have a couple of things that popped in my head as you were making some points. Earlier, the mayor indicated that this is one of the 33 action items that we have to take for the pro-housing designation, correct?
Correct.
And can you elaborate for the benefit of the public who wasn't here when the mayor spoke, what does that mean to have a pro-housing designation?
The pro-housing designation certifies that the city has taken steps to streamline housing production, very specific steps. The city has to apply. The State of California Department of Housing and Community Development must review and approve them. And once the city is certified as a pro-housing city, that unlocks millions of dollars of funds for housing and other things.
Well, hold on, and I want to add, because frankly, what I think is almost even more important, it's not just about the funds that the city gets, it's about the credits, the points that our affordable housing developers in the city get on very, very competitive tax credit applications, both 4% and 9%, I believe. And I can tell you that in the last couple years, we have been 1 point off of being of one of our affordable housing developers. So I know, for instance, Fresno Housing Authority was planning to submit an application for a significant project downtown toward the end of this week. And we do pre-scoring our own applications before they're submitted, and they were counting on the point for pro-housing, and now they're going to have to remove that. And I don't know how competitive, but that is even more important because those are tens of millions of dollars per project that have, I think, frankly, all of your districts, almost all of your districts have benefited from.
If I recall, the veterans housing on Blackstone, the senior citizen housing in Francher Creek, the senior citizen housing in Campus Point, the affordable housing in Northeast Fresno, the affordable housing in downtown
Avalon Commons
Fresno,
in District 6.
District 6. Every council district since my tenure here has actively produced housing units. The mayor referenced that. Annually, we used to produce 10 a year, hence why we had such a huge housing crisis. This year is 800 units. We don't produce them ourselves. Private developers bring money to a table, apply for state money. That designation gives them the additional points to receive the money above neighboring cities. We're on pace to generate 1,600 units a year, completely unprecedented. And I also want to point out, we're talking about units where people pay $1,600 a month. This isn't free rent. This isn't a shelter. These are folks who are paying from $800 to $1,600 for a studio to a 2 or 3 bedroom for their kids. And I also want to be clear, these are people who pay taxes. Half of our revenue comes from sales tax. And folks who are struggling day to day pay a larger portion of their income in sales tax than others. So they are tax-paying residents of this city. And our ability to provide them housing that's affordable ensures that they're not in the streets in encampments. The other thing I wanted to point out on the ministerial, where do you currently, in the city, where does this city currently have ministerial approval for housing?
In the downtown.
In the downtown. And have we seen any major opposition from those housing units by neighbors?
No, not significant opposition.
Okay. The last thing I'd point out is I've been on this council now 7 years. I have voted for every single housing project that's affordable except for one. And that was in Northeast Fresno on Bullard and 41. I voted against it. And as a result, it failed on a 4-3. And I voted against it because the developer had not engaged with the neighborhood, had not engaged with the property owners next door, with the businesses next door, had not mitigated the concerns that they had. My stand has been very clear. If you're going to move into a neighborhood, you have to convince your neighbors you're going to be a good neighbor. You have to meet with them, you have to mitigate their concerns, you have to meet them halfway. And when that doesn't happen, it doesn't gain my support. I've also been in the space where this council and this administration proposed heavy industrial uses in residential neighborhoods in my district. The neighbors completely oppose them. They show up and fill this room asking us not to do it. And the rationale is it's going to create jobs, so we should do it. And building houses creates jobs too. I personally don't think that's a strong enough argument. I think that argument of creating jobs, of doing things for the creation of jobs or doing things for the creation of revenue is a false argument, because that's how we became the city with the most liquor stores in the state, with the argument that they would generate revenue. They also generate more police calls and drain the city's revenue from all the crime that exists. That was the argument that folks made about don't shut down smoke shops. They generate revenue. Most of them don't even have a business license, and they're selling weed every day and generating police calls. So I'm not going to be convinced on these old arguments of revenue generation or job generation. I'm going to be convinced on the fact that there's enough safeguards so that the public and the residents and the neighbors can voice their opinion, and that this body can intervene when the developer, most of these projects are privately owned. The city does not own any property in this area. It's all owned by private citizens. They have a right to develop their property. We have the responsibility to set out rules for how they do it, and it built in safeguards so that neighbors can have a role and a voice. So I'll be looking at that balance, but I have not decided what way I go on this because I'm intently going to hear everyone out. But I want you to know that if we were treating this, if this was a heavy industrial production factory in Southwest Fresno, people would say, yeah, let's do it. What's one more? So let's not be hypocrites during this process. Thank you.
Before we go to Councilmember Perea, on that vein of the last comment you made, I appreciate your comments about Bulletin 41, but when it came to the housing project in this neighborhood, even though the developer refused to meet with these folks and was rude to these folks, you still voted for it. So, Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. Sophia, just a couple clarifying questions. Is this a rezone application that's before us tonight?
No.
It's not a rezone. Can you talk a little bit about what it would mean if we became out of compliance with our housing element? Because you alluded to, while we don't necessarily need certain parts of this policy for the pro-housing designation, it is part of our housing element compliance. It is something we said we would do.
That's correct. Program 2 of our housing element calls for the creation of more housing capacity in high-resource areas, and it calls for 2,500 units by the year 2031, and incrementally, so starting with 500 units of capacity this year. And so the text amendment provides that additional capacity.
Okay. And then right now for affordable housing, do we have to process that ministerially for an affordable housing project?
There are no specific provisions within the text amendment about affordable housing versus not.
I'm talking about just current law, nothing to do with this policy. Do we as a city currently process entitlement applications ministerially for affordable housing?
If they meet all the state requirements.
Okay.
It's complicated.
So it's very complicated, yes. So we already have to, so it's very easy right now ministerially to build an affordable housing project. We're doing it all over Blackstone right now, correct? Ministerially?
They would be approved with development permits. Director?
Council member, depending on the application and depending on the level of affordability, there are provisions, there are a large number of state laws that require the city to process ministerially and actually have very strict timelines that projects not only need to be processed ministerially but need to be approved if they meet the objective development criteria within certain periods of time, typically 60 to 90 days. And that includes not only in multifamily or residential districts, but in commercial and professional districts as well.
Okay. There's been talk tonight about bifurcating this policy. So perhaps getting rid of ministerial and just allowing the office to residential conversion. So if we get rid of ministerial and we just do office to residential conversion, that gives us our housing capacity, correct?
Correct.
And in that case, we would have to process an application with a development permit.
Correct.
And is a development permit appealable?
Yes.
If we process it ministerially, is that action appealable?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just trying to paint the picture of the difference based on if we pass this item or if we don't pass this item. What I'm hearing is that either way, even if we do allow office to residential conversion, it's either going to be processed ministerially, which is appealable, or it'll be processed with a development permit, which is appealable. To me, the main difference is if we require a development permit, that developer, that builder will have to go through the whole CEQA process, correct? And mitigate
Correct.
any environmental impacts. Does this policy build in thresholds that require certain environmental studies to mitigate environmental impacts?
Yes, that is the bulk of the text amendment.
So I'm I guess still trying to paint the picture of the difference of whether we pass this policy or not. What I'm hearing is that there's still going to be an entitlement process. There's still going to be a appealable process. What it's sounding like is if we go the discretionary route, it's going to continue to drive up the cost to build more housing. Is that correct? Which likely will be passed on to the end consumer, which is all of us.
There will be CEQA and more time involved
And
in the development permit route.
Okay. All right, Council President, that's actually, I do want to just take the time and thank those who did provide a letter of support. Lowell CDC, Highway City CDC, the BIA, Patience Milrod, Leadership Council. I do want to make clarification. Leadership Council did have some recommended changes. The Housing Authority, Upholdings Development, the Fresno Chamber of Commerce, Chinatown Fresno, Keith Berchthold with RCI, Invest Fresno, and James Prater. I don't know if you're here tonight, but James did provide a letter of support as well. He's a pastor in my district. With that being said, Sophia, thank you for answering those clarifying questions. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. I'm going to go to Councilmember Richardson, but after that, I'd like to go to the public because they've been pretty patient. But folks, if you want to speak, please fill out a card and bring it up here. Okay, Councilmember, you have the floor.
Actually, Council President, I will cede my time to the public. I think their comments will be more important than mine.
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do here is we have a lot of opposition cards. We have quite a few, mostly opposition, quite a few pro cards. I'm going to alternate, but I also have some cards numbered 1 through, forgive me, folks. And I'll call those in order after we get to the 1 through 7. I will call those in order. I guess that's the idea. Because we have so many cards, we're going to reduce the time to 2 minutes. There's still plenty of opportunity to speak, but our rules allow for that. You have more cards, Debbie? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, once you hit a threshold of 20, and we're over 20, the time can be reduced to 2 minutes. Opposition. Okay. So, number 9, I didn't see. Was it just 1 through 9 for the sequential ones? Can someone answer that question?
I believe it is.
Okay, thank you. It depends. I have to treat everyone the same. So we'll do our best. Because if I do it for one person at this meeting, I got to do it at the next meeting for the next. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I have one undeclared. So I'm going to start with one from the opposition will be. Unfortunately, that's a good question. We don't allow that. But that's a good question. First is Lenore Schreiber. And she'll be speaking, is that correct, Lenore? And she'll be speaking in opposition, and then after her will be Brandy N speaking in favor. So Brandy, you'll be up next.
Good evening, council members.
Good evening.
I'll try to be quick without being too fast.
That's
today.
okay. No, you have 2 minutes. You can use the whole 2 minutes. It's okay.
This plan amendment is to actually remove any participation from the Planning Commission, and then, more so, remove any ability for the council members to also participate and make their minds up.
Thank you.
If you look at the time limits, no one will ever really know what is happening and what decisions have been made. And the question I have to present to you is why, in the interest of having citizen participation and responsibility to your constituents, would you agree to delegate your roles to staff members? Not that they're not competent and that they do a good job, but they are employees of the city of Fresno, and you are the elected officials, and you are to represent us, and we have a planning commission, and the planning commission was set up to get citizen input. And the whole point is to have citizen input in these matters. And this amendment is to avoid citizen input and avoid your participation. This is not just for the area where I live in, and I've been here before. Of course, we were worried about a building. This is for every area. This is for you and your neighbors, because this could happen in your area, And you will not know when, by this process, the employees of the city will make decisions of what is to be built and what is to be zoned next to your houses and your apartments and your constituents' apartments. And if they say, but there really is a way of getting appeal, how will anyone know when the city members are making a decision and when the 10 days or whatever the time limit is starts? There's not going to be notice to the people who live in the area because it's all going to be delegated to the members. What is the upside?
I apologize. Your time has expired, but thank you so much. You were expedient. It's very good. Thank you. Next, we're going to have Brandy, and then after Brandy, we're going to have John Krikorian.
Sorry, just came from working on a mural. So I want to recognize the hard work of the Planning Commission just in preparing this and the things that they do for developments to do the background work, and won't feel like that is significant, as well as the safeguards mentioned and the recognition of the 500 feet, and that there is a means of concern for those who are in the neighborhoods. And also want to note that while we want to have as much even more community participation things, there are other development things that don't necessarily require votes to be able to have developed. And this is one where we desperately need. I live in District 7. This is anecdotal, but we've had housing built from converted commercial and office, and it's made those spaces at our area better. It's brought people. Some concerns, like, oh my God, 2 minutes. As far as the negative impact, I know there's a lot of concerns, but looking at a lot of research, has shown that there's no negative impact on property values, even 10-year studies on no negative impact or increase on crime, and that there is less traffic than there would be if it was commercial. We are in a housing crisis. The housing element shows that, so that even middle income is lacking housing, and that has a trickle-down effect that most impacts those that are on fixed incomes. The needs that were mentioned in the housing element were brought by the community as far as the need to have more housing. We cannot lose our pro-housing designation and at least $10 million. We need to have more infill housing that would also drive in more development and focus the needs that we have in our existing neighborhoods. We are desperately struggling. I know a lot of people who need need housing.
Okay. Mr. Krikorian, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next will be Chris Qualper speaking in favor.
Back in the 1980s, the city councilman by the name of Tom McClintock asked me to be on a committee of the Bullard Community Update Plan. I was elected by the members of that to be the chairman of the group and served for many months discussing what we wanted our city to look like. We were ordinary citizens on that committee. Some developers aided the city staff with much input by the public to plan our city which we love. We created what we envisioned our city to look like for the future generations. I am sure it has been reviewed and changed many times since then, but we had a process to have the will of the people expressed. Today we are here to give our city representatives ministerial powers which they don't have now. But if approved, you would have taken it not by the will of the people. It is obvious by the presence of the people at this meeting that you are acting against the will of the people. By having ministerial power, you will be able to change the community plan as you like. You will be able to bypass the code. You will be able to circumvent the will of the people. This will bring you closer to being an authoritarian government. Sure, all the developers will love you and contribute many dollars to your election campaigns, but you would have come close to government by tyranny. Lastly, I would like to present two quotes from people who have had much influence on the history of our nation. The great economist Milton Friedman said, one of the great mistakes is to judge policies and programs by their intentions rather than their results. And what are the results of these policies? You are going to be to act against the will of the people. You will make the people who voted for you your adversaries forever. You will.
Thank you so much. And after Mr. Quelper, we're going to have, I'm so sorry, is it Dennis Monahan? One second, Chris. Dennis M. Please go ahead, Chris. Thank you.
All right. I'm here to speak in favor of the ministerial approval and office to residential conversion. I heard a lot of people milling around at the beginning of the meeting expressing a lot of the level of frustration that I feel as well, but just in the opposite way, right? And so it's so hard to try and convey those deeply held emotions, but I just, as a relative newcomer, I've only lived here in Fresno for 3 years now. I'm a homeowner in District 5 in the Tower District, and I look around different parts of Fresno, and I see the most interesting parts, the most interesting places, the places people want to be. A lot of those places were developed without zoning, right? I mean, zoning was not explicitly constitutional until the 20s. So my house was built before 1926. Many of the houses in my neighborhood were also built by then. And so, I think the way we build interesting communities is to let people move there, let people make their mark on their neighborhoods. And if you close the door once the land is all occupied, then how does your neighborhood change, right? So, to quote the last speaker, there's an adage that says the purpose of what a system is what it does, right? Not its intention, it's what are the outcomes. And the outcomes are that time and time again, housing projects are denied in areas where they would work, right? Where they would add character and life to their neighborhoods, and they are rejected because people are there already, right? And who's to speak for those who would live there, right? So, thank you. I'll cede my time.
Thank you. Okay, I apologize. This name is wrong, but the person I was referring to is Dennis. It's not Dennis. It's Dex something. 7406 North Charles. That sounds about right. Is he here? Okay. I'll hold off in case he comes back. Peter.
How transparent was the Amazon distribution center in Southeast Fresno?
Peter, you'll have 2 minutes.
This amendment is being presented as a housing solution, but in reality, it consolidates power in the hands of developers and removes meaningful oversight from this council and the public. Let me begin with a basic question. What is the role of the Planning Commission if its recommendations can be so easily dismissed? On March 5th, the Fresno Planning Commission voted to reject this amendment. That decision was not made lightly. It followed hours of public testimony and input, raising concerns about the lack of safeguards, the elimination of public input, and the real risk of fast-tracking poorly planned developments that outpace infrastructure and services. Overriding the Planning Commission's recommendation doesn't just ignore the process, it undermines it. Supporters of the amendment say ministerial approval is simply misunderstood, but let's be clear, this amendment removes your authority as elected officials to review or deny certain housing projects. Once a developer checks the boxes, regardless of whether the project fits the character or needs of the community, city staff must approve it. No council hearing, no community voice or input. That's not streamlining, that's silencing. Another false narrative we've heard is that those of us opposing this amendment is a NIMBY. That's an oversimplified, divisive characterization. Many of us support more housing, especially affordable and equitable housing, but we want it developed transparently, responsibly, and with public oversight. This amendment guarantees none of that. It does not create affordable housing. It does not protect renters. It simply clears the path for developers to bypass community input. We've also heard warnings that rejecting this amendment could cost Fresno its pro-housing designation from the state. But But let's be clear, that designation is based on a broad range of criteria, not just one ordinance. And even if our scores were reduced, the state has never claimed that the amendment is a requirement. And let's talk about the big picture. California is projecting multi-billion-dollar deficits in the years ahead. Even if we keep the pro-housing label, there's no guarantee that promised funding will actually come. Are we really ready to surrender democratic review for money that may never materialize? So again,
Peter, you're taking time away from other people. Peter, please be fair. You're taking time away from other people. Next, we have Ben Granholm, who is speaking in favor. And that should be our last card for speaking in favor.
Well, good evening, council and staff and members of the public. We truly appreciate the opportunity to comment tonight. My name is Ben Granholm here on behalf of Invest Fresno. We are a coalition of business owners, community leaders, and residents who are dedicated to building a diverse and sustainable economy in Fresno. And we are in support of the text amendment before you this evening. We believe that ministerial approvals are a practical and common sense solution that ensure that these projects can move forward in an efficient and timely manner without unnecessary delays that drive up costs and limit supply. It's been noted a few times during the council meeting tonight, but I do want to just highlight again that these are projects that go through the ministerial process. They still must comply with all the applicable state and local development standards, meet all zoning, building, and environmental regulations. These are regulations and codes and standards that are discussed, they are modified, they are voted on, they are implemented by this council and future councils. There is no circumvention of these standards through ministerial approval. Similar policies for both small and large-scale projects in neighboring communities are crippling Fresno's natural competitive advantage. Just as we might remove barriers to housing production and growth, we would appreciate a consideration for job creation and tax revenue generation projects as well. We appreciate your time, your consideration, the lengthy discussion, thoughtfulness around this critical issue, and would urge support of the text amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeLuca. Bernard.
Members of the council, my name is Rod DeLuca, 3840 West Alluvial. I've lived in this area 50 years, and it's a shame to see what staff is doing, approving stuff that, in my opinion, incompetent. They say within a bus stop, 500, 600 feet. The state code says a rapid transit bus stop or a train, not Herndon Avenue, that from 6 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night doesn't carry 100 people. When I lived on the west side, I had one on Kearney Boulevard, which was a busier street, and then we had to take the bus to school. But there's no bus on Herndon that carries anybody. So I don't like the staff being able to take over everything. You guys ran to be a council person. I assume you cared about the city of Fresno. And now you want to slough off what you're going to do to staff. I think that's a shame. And I'm against the ordinance the way it's written. And then they say they're going to send out a notice. I started here May 25th of 24, coming up here. We're 3 days short of a year trying to get something done. I don't know. There's something going on here that's wrong. Either you don't care about the people you represent, or you made a wrong decision taking this as your obligation, that's going to be your future, a politician. Well, anyway, I think you got to reconsider your vote.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. I appreciate your comments, but I don't want to cut you off, but we got to be consistent for everyone. I have one person who didn't say whether they're in favor or in opposition, but I'm assuming it's in favor. Giovanna Morales, are you here? And then next, we're going to have Dirk Poschel, please, after Ms. Morales.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Giovanna Morales with Leadership Council. We are in support of this ordinance if it is amended to ensure it facilitates the development of high-density housing in high-opportunity areas, that it does not inadvertently oversaturate low-income communities with high-density housing developments, and does not streamline housing near polluting land uses. We submitted a comment letter with recommendations that we sent to council and staff. For brevity's sake, I will uplift an alternative recommendation, which is to include language in the development or impact threshold section that requires a project proposed for construction on a parcel adjacent to or within 500 feet from an industrial site or a source of pollution to do a health risk assessment related to or from nearby pollution source. If the HRA determines the close proximity to those pollution sources would result in detrimental health impacts, a discretionary development permit will be required. We recommended the edits to the proposed text amendments, which is included in the list of criteria for HCD's pro-housing designation program, and we recommend including a complementary inclusionary housing ordinance to ensure affordable housing is being built simultaneously as market rate housing. It is important to note that the goal of Housing Element Program 2 is to create additional capacity for multi-unit, lower-income housing in high and relatively higher resource income areas. And a criteria for the pro-housing designation is a necessity for ministerial approval. The current safeguard addresses concerns from high-resourced areas and not so much for low-income residents. Additionally, following state law is imperative when the majority of housing funds come from the state, the alternative to allocate funding from the general fund for housing programs. We strongly urge the city to incorporate measures to ensure equitable distribution of affordable housing, particularly in high-resourced areas, and include safeguards for housing in low-resourced areas. We appreciate the City of Fresno taking meaningful steps to promote housing affordability and choice while enhancing the quality of life for current and future residents. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Dirk. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you, Council President. Dirk Puschel. My business address is 923 Van Ness here in Fresno. I support the text amendment. The development of hundreds of parcels to their highest and best use will be accelerated by this proposal. And I do believe that the text amendment contains reasonable safeguards to assure public notice. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this text amendment.
Thank you very much, Dirk. I do have a card from Aline Reed, but the item you referenced, South Elm, is not on the agenda tonight. If you want to speak on this item, you can, but we're not going to be calling comment on an item that's unagendized.
I'm saving myself a trip.
Okay.
And I'll be very brief.
Okay. You'll have 2 minutes. Again, this is about the text amendment and not South Elm, correct?
Yeah. I just wanted to do a follow-up of my representative on the council, Miguel Arias, who made a comment about the hypocrisy of representation when it comes to different parts of the city. I had just missed a press conference yesterday in Southwest Fresno about the South Elm corridor. I understand,
okay. Yeah.
but my representative was correct in saying, let's not be hypocritical when we talk about these areas. Southwest Fresno has suffered a lot from mixed use, industrialization, and now we're talking about expansion. So please, council members and the rest of the city, keep your black and brown brothers and sisters in mind when you make these decisions about expansion and how it affects homeowners. I pay taxes too. Maybe not as much as my brothers and sisters in Northwest and Northeast Fresno, but I do. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Sue Williams. And then we're going to get to the numerical cards in a moment. After Sue will be Mr. Jeff Boswell.
Good evening. I'm here today on behalf of the Sunnyside Property Owners Association. Whereas the prior zoning ordinance allowed conversion from commercial to residential use in a residential building, and multiple dwellings were only allowed with a CUP, it was nowhere near the suggested 35 to 40 units an acre. If office to dwelling was approved incrementally through a rezone, public noticing...
I'm so sorry, Ms. Williams. Can you move the mic a little bit more towards you? I apologize. There you go. And we'll add a couple seconds for you.
Okay. Whereas under the prior zoning ordinance allowed conversion from commercial to residential use in a residential building, and multiple dwellings were only allowed with a CUP, it was nowhere near the suggested 35 to 40 units an acre. If office to dwelling was approved incrementally through a rezone, the public would be noticed and a neighborhood meeting would be required. We urge you to deny this text amendment. Currently, the city has inventory for 100,000 homes, enough to last until the year 2100 at the current building rate. It has enough inventory to satisfy the 6th cycle housing element allocation at 37,000 new homes by 2031. In fact, it has so many parcels available at all income levels that there is an excess of 6,800 units. And it doesn't need to plan for as many housing units as the population growth in Fresno is no longer estimated at 2.9 or even 1.5%, but at just 0.28% annually until the year 2070. During the council workshop, some of you had the same concerns as the planning commissioners regarding public noticing and the appeal process, and further questioned if a project were approved under ministerial review, appealed, then litigated by the applicant, could the city adequately defend its denial on the project when the applicant met all the requirements for a streamlined approved process? This TA is not about affordable housing. The area's zoned office would demand market-rate apartments. It is not about multifamily next to transit or in mixed-use areas as it is already allowed. In fact, developers can build as many units in mixed-use districts next to transit and in priority infill areas as they want, all without any parking. We don't have office districts in our area, but we do have a lot of mixed-use districts where the ministerial review process will be applied. Government should...
I apologize. That is your time. Thank you. Mr. Boswell, are you here? Oh, there you are. Okay, right in the front.
Jeff Boswell. I live at 3823 West Fur in Fresno. It's obvious to me that you guys have wrestled a lot with this. I appreciate the time and energy that you've put into this, as have we. I heard two things tonight that I wasn't prepared to hear. One, I want to confirm, Mr. President, any property within 500 feet of a school is exempt from the text amendment. Is that correct?
Mr. Boswell, we can't respond to public comment, but I promise you we'll get to that when we come back to the council. You'll get an answer on that.
Okay. I assume that that's what I heard. Second thing that pleased me is the elementary school at Herndon and Valentine is within 500 feet of that rule. Let me just express my opinion that we've talked a little bit about the conditional use permit process in this city. It's been around for a long time. Its beauty is that it notices people within 1,000 feet of the project. It invites public dialogue and discourse, and then it's submitted to our elected officials that are accountable for that. That is a great process of due process that we ought to apply for this, not the ministerial thing where a staff member is not accountable to you. With that, I rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boswell. Now we're getting to the point where we have the 9 cards. So we start with, we'll have Debbie, then Paula, Bruce, Jose, Michael, Brett, Sandy, and Kim, if you want to start lining up, and we will start with you, Debbie. That is the order, correct? That's the order you want to go in?
We
Okay.
should have numbered them. Sorry, this has been a little bit of a
It's fine,
fluid
numbered.
situation.
It's fine.
New information coming out every 10 seconds. So some of this we didn't know when we wrote this. So anyway, my minutes starting now.
Yep.
Debbie Nard, 3550 West Spruce Avenue, Fresno, California. Okay, I'll just start with the fact that this came to our attention the week before Thanksgiving this past year, and it was buried in the planning department notices. I think they were hoping to sneak this by us during the holiday season. And if this had come to the council on March 27th when it was first scheduled, there was nobody in favor of this. No one knew about it. And I think there are a lot of people in Mr. Richardson's district that probably don't know about it. The administration proposed this in 2022, and the council voted to initiate this text amendment in March of 2023. Originally, this text amendment sought to permit multifamily residential development on multiple, oh no, okay, page 3 is missing. Oh God, okay, well, okay, okay, we got a missing paper here, sorry. I'll just say that over time, there's been multiple rezones, variances granted to developers, broken promises, and quite frankly, poor planning and infrastructure decisions, which will make this text amendment and mitigated negative declaration disastrous for the three subdivisions that depend on 2 small feeder streets, one which is completely unworkable and has been abandoned by most residents to access the homes that were here originally. Our concerns have been dismissed as perceived or potential. The roundabout was built with no consideration for the original neighborhoods on the east and west side of Valentine, who used the frontage road, a paved, formerly dirt road leading into the neighborhood directly from Herndon. It worked perfectly until the roundabout was constructed when the Leo Wilson developments were built. Those residents primarily used marks to ingress and egress their communities. That's it, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Next, we have Paula.
Paula Meridian, 3877 West Fir Avenue. We who live along Valentine and to the west and east of it now use other less direct ways to enter and exit the neighborhood. This has shifted a lot of traffic to Brawley, which brings a lot of traffic onto neighborhood residential streets. The feeder streets are so congested at peak times, and Valentine and Beechwood, the direct routes to the school, are so backed up that public safety vehicles cannot move until the traffic starts to flow and disperse. The traffic patterns in the neighborhood have changed drastically. Our concerns are not perceived. Many people have noted these concerns in the record. The city promised to put fur through to Beechwood when the park was built 30 years ago. This was promised again when the Leo Wilson communities were built approximately 12 years ago. Instead, he was granted a variance that relocated the bike lane from Herndon, where it runs everywhere else, into the neighborhood. There is no parking on the neighborhood streets because of this. This, along with a feeder street that does not connect to the roundabout, makes high-density, multifamily housing a very poor choice for this area. We have previously prevailed on this issue at every level, but the city included the properties in our area in this text amendment. There is currently no money or will to fix these very real problems that we live with every day. Vacant properties were not part of the original text amendment that was approved. According to an article in Fresno Land this week, Ms. White previously worked for Mr. Cashin, so there certainly is the appearance of special interest. Apparently, in response to these concerns, the city has added an amendment to the proposed text amendment to exclude properties within 500 feet of the school, Tatarian Elementary, because the school is a sensitive use. We called Sophia Pagalatos when we heard about this. She advised that the 500 feet begins at the school fence line and extends to include the 2 properties on either side, west and east of Valentine. This is interesting because the 2 properties near the school are still designated as office. However, the owners applied to have the zoning changed to RS5, the high density for single-family homes.
Thank you, Ms. Meridian. And forgive me for being a stickler to the rules. I learned it at Malik. If you're going to make comments about a particular council member, just direct the comments to me. That's according to our rules. Again, thank you all for your patience. You've all been really great. Yep, we'll raise it for you. Mr. Meridian, you'll have 2 minutes.
However, I'm Bruce Meridian. I live at 3877 West Fir Avenue.
Thank you.
However, the owners applied to have the zoning changed to RS5, the highest density per single-family homes. This was filed by Gary Giannetta Engineering on behalf of the Caddis Properties. Caddis Properties is the same development family that got the proposed text amendment expanded in the first place. The permit application number is P2104099. So new on a short feeder street with an unworkable roundabout, the east side is zoned for high density, multifamily, the 82 Prospect property. The west side is exempted from ministerial rezone if the amendment is approved, but has already filed to be rezoned to the highest single-family density. They have not followed through on this yet. I'm sure they are waiting.
Oh, you have another minute. Please go ahead.
Okay. So in short, I would just like to say that I think the way the system works now is awesome, where the people have a voice. It is before we have a rezone that was behind us, that was rezoned, we didn't even know about it. So the way it works now is awesome, and I think taking it from the people and from the Planning Commission and you, it needs to be reconsidered. Thank you.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. Next, we'll have Jose Sanchez.
Council members, thank you. Jose Sanchez, 3502 West McGill. I wanted to start off with saying I appreciate all of you guys coming here and listening to us today. You know, members of the community here are really, you know, they care about the community, and it's not about high density, low density. It's about, you know, the feel of the neighborhood. All my kids went to Terrian Elementary, and fighting that traffic right there really doesn't make any sense. I'm a numbers person. Medium income in Fresno is $33,000. There's 45 units per acre. That means 2 people are going to have to work to drive to afford this rent. It's $1,600, $2,200, $2,300. That means 2 cars. 45 units, that's 90 cars sitting in just that little bit of area. Now, that doesn't include family members coming to visit. That doesn't include anybody coming in the neighborhood. Where are they going to park? They're going to park on the street. They're going to park in the neighborhoods. It's congested. I challenge you guys, go to the school, go to the site. Don't just go at 2 o'clock. Go at, you know, when school's starting. Go when there's an event. Try it. I understand the schools are busy. She went to Manchester. It was busy. I get it. This particular area, the roundabout is impossible. The street is very, very tight. It's very dangerous for the kids. I urge you guys to not pass this amendment. Listen to the community. That was a big deal. I believe that they stopped the 500-foot rule, or they started the 500-foot rule because there's such huge community involvement. It's important that you guys listen to us because we voted you guys in and we respect what you guys do, but we need you right now, and the community is asking you guys, you know, it's not about, you know, this neighborhood or that neighborhood. It's about the safety of our kids. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Michael Matthew, I believe. And before you get started, thank you for your service.
It was a long time ago, Council President.
Still counts.
A long time
More
ago.
than most of us. Thank you.
The city has been allowing new proposed developments to ingress and egress of all the inadequate feeder streets. This will exacerbate the existing problems, especially with high density. What parking will be required on this small lot? It is not a transit stop. Building something by a bus stop does not ensure that these residents will not have cars. They will, and they also will need them. This is a car-dependent area. It is according to ratings given to homes for sale in this area, which would sell for more if they had better transit scores. The transit rating in this area are low, between minimal and some transit. Some transit indicates that public transportation options are minimal and likely inconvenient to use. This area is not easily accessible to the designations listed in the mobility for the carless population in this text amendment. The bus in this area is not reliable mode of transportation for people with deadlines to meet. Work, medical, or other appointments, Herndon is not a Q line, but a BRT corridor. It would take several transfers to access civic facilities, larger medical facilities, educational institutions, or shopping designations. As recently as 6 weeks ago, the website indicated that the schedules are estimates. Traffic and weather may also affect arrival times. We would like to emphasize that Herndon is not a BRT corridor. We paid hefty development fees for the neighborhood pocket park when the lots were purchased. The park was not built for 15 years after the original houses were built and was left unsecured until we got the fence installed after many years of neighborhood vandalism and other incidents. At that time, when the Northwest Police were woefully...
That is your time. Thank you so much. Next we have Brett. After Brett will be Sandy. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Brett Thompson, 8612 East Olive Avenue. This text amendment has many aspirational goals: diverse neighborhoods, BRT corridors, mobility for the carless population, high-density residential uses, and finally, healthy neighborhoods. It would be a stretch to imply that this neighborhood would be enhanced by towering, densely populated buildings. We have many renters in our neighborhood, and most of us have been renters. They are not unusually interested in the neighborhood because they don't plan to stay there, and they can't move. The amenities in the neighborhood are vastly overrated. We have the small pocket park, the elementary school, and an unmarketable shopping center. The shopping options are basic and a lot of fast, and certainly not a designation. There are no job centers nearby. The only somewhat large employers are United Health Centers Corporation Office, Save Mart, and Tractor Supply. These employers are staffed. The other offices are small and staffed. Fast food and restaurant work are the only real employment options. It is not advantageous to put people so far from employment that other resources. They say they want complete neighborhoods. These lots have been vacant for over 40 years. The owners knew what they were zoned for. The zoning capacity and intent of what was planned and promised would be considered. This text amendment would be a complete change in land use and designation on the official land use and circulation map. It was acknowledged during the workshop that this may not work. This was done to qualify for some state funds that are no longer there. It should not be passed because residents highly object to ministerial.
Thank you so much. Sandy, you're up, and then followed by Kim Martin.
Sandy Sandberg, 7261 East Tulare Avenue. There is no past evidence that if something isn't working, that it will be fixed. The roundabout is a prime example. There also seems to be confusion as to how to fix it, so it should not be passed in the first place. This is the second time that the Planning Department has tried to propose ministerial review with a text amendment. We do not want our voice to be silenced to expedite the process for developers. They have the upper hand in the development process, and we want appropriate projects to be reviewed by the Planning Commission and our elected official representatives. We also note that the off-ramp of appeal was not fully explained at the City Council workshop. It was stated at the Planning Commission meeting that the time allowed for appeal was only 5 days. It was not explained clearly because we thought we would be responsible to appeal, assuming that we found out about it. Now it sounds like council staff would be responsible. This is a very short window, and if it is missed by staff, we will simply be told a mistake was made and there is nothing we can do about it. This is unacceptable, and yet another reason why this text amendment and MND should not be adopted. New multifamily development would default to the highest density allowed in the City Development Code at 30 to 45 dwelling units per acre. In the office district, this exposes existing neighborhoods to greatly disparate densities and much greater traffic. This text amendment and MND was initiated over 2 years ago during a very different time. Rental growth has slowed to 2% to 3% a year, and vacancies are 4 to 5%, which is normal. Land is very expensive in our area, and rents are not high enough to justify construction costs. The federal government is trillions of dollars in debt and will not be subsidizing housing at previous levels, if at all. A Cal Matters article from May 13th, 2025.
Thank you. That is your time. Next will be Kim Martin.
I might need it to go down. Just a little. Okay, we're good. Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for what you do. I know public service is sometimes unappreciated, so we do appreciate your willingness to listen to our concerns. So I am a resident of Fresno all my life and am speaking in strong opposition to the text amendment. The amendment is being sold as a housing solution, but in truth it shifts power away from the council, our elected council, and the public, and hands it to the developers, removing meaningful oversight and community input. In March, and I'm going to say this for most of the people here, this is the fourth meeting we've been to, and I feel like we come, you guys hear us, and you vote, and then we go yay, and then we change the rules, and we come back again. It's like a child going to a parent and asking for something, and they say maybe, probably yes, this is it, and then we get ready to do something, and guess what? It's no. And you have to come back again and play the game. So I think we're all a little disheartened at how this is all playing out. So I know these people have a lot of concerns, and we've talked about a lot of things, but I'm going to go back to my script. But and labeling us as NIMBYs is not fair. It's dismissive. I grew up in an apartment with a single mom. It's all we could afford. I'm all about affordable housing. So it's not that. It's taking the power away from our elected officials to make these decisions. So I ask, who benefits? Some will lose. It says, and while some warn that we'll lose our pro-housing designation if this is rejected, that claim is misleading. The designation is based on a wide range of factors, not just this one ordinance. Who benefits? Not the tenants, not the working families, just the developers. So we elected you, so.
Thank you so much, Ms. Martin. Now, is Dennis Monahan here? I'm going to call again. Okay, so that's the last card I have. If you want to speak, I see a card back there. Please bring your card up. This is your last opportunity to speak. Okay. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, please. Whenever you're ready.
Hello. I just want to start off by saying I won't assume the worst of you guys if you'll kindly return that favor to me. To follow up on what she was just saying, I find the word NIMBYism and the undertones that I keep hearing applied with it to be extremely insulting. I believe you couldn't be more off base with what you're saying, and to hurl it out the way you do is just plain wrong. Everyone here is in favor of development for the area. We're not against development. We would just like to see like-kind development. It's a community that's been there for I'm 37, 50 plus years, well over my lifespan, right? Going from 1- and 2-story neighborhoods where people moved into this neighborhood knowing what was planned and what was going to be developed to all of a sudden now we have a 4-story apartment being infilled, that's not right. That's not what the neighborhood was calling for, and that was not what was intended. It's not an apples-to-apples comparison to compare it to downtown where there's already buildings this size. I understand what's trying to be assimilated by that, but it's not the same here. I do find it interesting that people here tonight in favor don't live in the community. I believe that to be problematic. The people who live in different districts are here tonight telling our district, our community, how we should live, how we should change. The residents that live and work in the community clearly oppose this. Should we not be listening to our neighbors? I thought the councilman put it perfectly. I hope that is remembered tonight. I love the idea of be a good neighbor. I think that's something wonderful, and that would make the world a better place if we all looked at each other that way. I think if we continue with that thought in mind, I think that is a great way for everyone to view this situation. I hope we'll honor those words tonight and we don't let them fall hollow. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak at this time on this item? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the council. Thank you all for being extremely patient. You all did a great job. Before I go to Councilmember Perea, who's punched up first, I want to get some answers to Mr. Boswell's questions. So you asked specifically about what we mentioned about the 500-foot buffer, and if Tatarian's one of those sites, and if the lot near Tatarian's included. The answer is yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. That's assuming the council approves this item as is and doesn't remove that. Bernard, would you please cue up the map? So this is a map of District 2, and if, Sophia, if you can explain what the red means, and if we can, let's see. So we have purple, which is, I believe, Tatarian. Bernard, if right in the middle of the screen, see that purple with the red below it? Can you zoom in there? I think we're close enough. Can you folks see that? A little bit, zoom in one more time.
Right, so, and
there we go, that's actually better.
Right, and too bad we don't have a moving legend to show that as well. The purple sites are the schools, and the red properties are those office zone properties that are within the 500-foot buffer.
So can you get the pointer, Bernard, and circle right there? Can you folks see what he's doing right there? That purple site is Tatarian. The red below those two lots with that little corner of that house that's there, that's red. That means if the council passes this as is, that buffer, that lot will be under the current system. It will not actually apply to the new text amendment. So, no, that's the lot right there. See the red right there? Right next to it, there's a lot that's also red. There's a little road. Can you zoom in one more time, Bernard? That lot's also there too. You see the little gap in between? Okay, zoom in one more time. Can you see it now? Yep. It's kind of catty corner. Do you see the red? There's a little line in between the two red squares, one larger square. So that isn't zoned office. This would not apply to that. That's the Herndon Prospect issue that many of you have already come and spoken. This doesn't apply to that. That was, I don't even want to get into that one. That'll get me my blood pressure up. That doesn't apply here. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Debbie. It is. Yeah, it is. So there's a little line you can't see. It's both. It's a smaller lot to the west of Valentine. That's included as well. Okay. So now we're going to go back to Councilmember Perea. And then after Councilmember Perea will be the Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. And I hope that adds a level of reassurance, and maybe it doesn't at this point, but the council member, when we were discussing this, he said, this is very important to my constituents, and if there's any way we can apply a buffer, can we please do that so that this ordinance is not applicable to certain sites? And while it may have been birthed by Council President Karbasi, I want to make it clear that that radius is citywide. It's not just a District 2 thing, but it is citywide, but that was the main reason why we did include that in this policy. Director, I understand a lot of the passion of the comments we heard tonight. It was birthed by the Herndon and Prospect project, and I get it. That was a really tough project to sit through and to hear, the level of emotion and that came from that. And so we're hearing that again tonight. The Herndon and Prospect project, that was a staff level decision, correct? That was ultimately appealed to the Planning Commission and to the City Council?
Correct.
Okay, so by default, that housing project on Herndon and Prospect would have never come before the Planning Commission or the City Council unless it was appealed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because I keep hearing a lot about how this new policy is going to do something different. It's going to take away our power and it's going to give it to you. But that already exists. That's exactly what happened at Herndon and Prospect. And the only reason that it did come before the Planning Commission and City Council is because it was appealed.
Yes.
Okay. There was another commenter who made a reference to a CUP, a conditional use permit. If we deny this item tonight, is it a conditional use permit that will now be the entitlement for housing projects, or is it a development permit?
If you do approve or do not?
If we do not approve the item tonight, so what is the default? What is status quo? What is on our books today?
Yeah, so currently residential uses are not permitted in office zone districts. But in multifamily districts, multifamily is permitted with a with a development permit in multifamily districts. Multifamily and residential is permitted in mixed use districts with a development permit.
So not a conditional use permit?
No.
Okay. And then there have been talks about, again, bifurcating this and take ministerial away. Okay, let's play that out a little bit. Let's just keep office to residential. Let's get rid of ministerial. So if we get rid of ministerial, but we keep office to residential, that will be processed with a development permit.
Correct.
Same as how it was processed at Herndon and Prospect.
Correct.
Okay. A development permit does not go before the Planning Commission, correct? Unless it's appealed.
Yes.
It does not go before the City Council unless it's appealed, unless we appeal the Planning Commission's decision.
Yes.
Okay. Do development permits require public noticing?
Development permits don't require public noticing. They are heard by the district committees.
Okay. So if we keep office to residential, we eliminate ministerial, which is what the community is asking for. This housing project still will not go before the Planning Commission. They still will not go before the City Council. They still will not require any public noticing, correct, unless appealed?
Correct.
Okay. If we keep ministerial, it's going to be the same process, and we keep the appeal process. The one thing we build in, this is the one part that appears to be different, maybe I'm mistaken, it appears to be different. The main difference is that this policy builds in a requirement for a council member to be notified if they approve a housing project in our district under this policy.
The council would need to add that as a motion, yes,
we would
require
need to include
notification if a ministerial application was approved, correct?
Okay. So, Council President, it might have been just by chance, perhaps a constituent reached out to you on the Herndon and Prospect project. I don't know how you caught wind of that, but staff was not required to notice you of that approval. Is that correct? Do you remember how you were notified in order to appeal?
Okay. So my very first week on the job, the lot we're talking about just south of the Terrian, there was a request for a rezone. And that was a rezone. And I learned, oh, that's the leverage you have as a council member. There's a whole big public process. So that's when this whole area came on my radar because of that previous experience in 2019. So I was always myself watching out for that, but that wouldn't normally have been the case.
Okay, so that's an anomaly. So as it currently exists, there's no requirement for us to be notified if a housing project is approved. So whether we keep ministerial or we get rid of it, the process sounds very similar to what it is already on the books. The one thing that I am going to add into the motion is that we do include a policy that builds in that safeguard that requires council members to be notified if a housing project is approved in our district. Because if something is approved in my district, and those are all District 1 constituents coming out, I want to be sure, just as the council president does, I want to be sure that I have the ability to appeal, just as he did with the Herndon and Prospect project. I want to know I have the ability to appeal and have that project come before the Planning Commission and the City Council to have the community's voice heard. So I just want that same process that was afforded to Council Member or Council President Karbasi in this process. Council President, those are all my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Council Vice President, followed by Councilmember Maxwell. Actually, you haven't spoken at all. Do you want to go first, or do you want Vice President to go first? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council President. So a couple of things I want to just reaffirm that I've heard. And I think these are historic trends of a city in which developers for decades have kind of run the show. But what I've heard from residents that are here today is the same things I've heard from my residents in my district, that amenities in your neighborhoods were promised and it took years for them to actually be built, whether it's a park or a roadway. Infrastructure improvements also were very delayed after people moved in, and that this city has a history of taking developers off the hook for promises that were made to neighbors and developments and projects. And I pleaded guilty. That's what Rezone Fresno was about, and the federal indictment that sent people to jail in Clovis and Fresno is developers were basically determining decisions through illegal means. But what I also heard is this cautionary tale that this council should not give up its authority, our legislative authority. I can assure you that this council has more conflict with the administration over, what their role is and what our role is. We call that a charter crisis that we get into when we overstep, or they perceive that we're overstepping in their side of the house, and we perceive that they are overstepping our side of the house. Just today's council meeting had a proposal to potentially borrow $100 million. That's under the authority of this body, whether we borrow money, and we said we want to have a discussion, a debate in every workshop before we go down that path. So I can assure you we're not in a simply the mayor winks at us and we march in that direction, or developers wink at us or contribute to us and we march in that direction. We are very much in a trust and verify relationship and in the checks and balances that the charter calls for. I can also tell you, as a council member on this body, I set the record on items that have appealed in my district, bringing them to its full body. I don't have residents who are actively looking at what applications are in the queue for their neighborhoods. I have staff that on a full-time basis looks at what's being submitted to a planning department, and when I have a concern, we appeal it. I have appealed charter schools that are proposed to go in my district. This room was filled with a lot of first and third graders questioning why we would even question a charter school coming into a neighborhood. It happened to be coming into a neighborhood that was mostly industrial. There's a conflict there in use. I've appealed Amazon distribution centers in my district. Others have not. I have. I've appealed apartment complexes, businesses, everything you can think of. I personally take that role very seriously. That is the authority granted and responsibility to my office. But I also want to point out one last thing in why I am a little concerned on this policy. It's reference to what Mr. DeLuca said. Some version of something is up here, doesn't make sense. And I would agree. I have wrestled with why is it that industrial developers in the southwest portion of the city support this proposal that mostly impacts North Fresno. And I've made it very clear to the administration and to my colleagues and to the public. The fact is, this policy would generate 4,000 units, and those developers are pursuing a rezone from residential to heavy industrial that need 4,000 units for us to legally approve it. I am not supportive, and I will completely oppose any kind of quid pro quo or any partnering of these two items. They should all stand on their own merit, and this item should stand on its own merit, and the rezone in Southwest should stand on its own merit. So if it feels funky, I'm fully confident that this administration initiate this process. It's completely separate and apart from the rezone, and I am going to insist that this body continue to keep this item completely separate and apart from any other rezone, because we should not be generating housing units in one part of the city to generate industrial uses in another part of the city. We should treat all those neighborhoods on their own merit. So that's where I'm going to be looking forward to and holding everyone accountable for making sure that this is above board and that we're taking both items separately and apart on their own merits. Thank you again. I do really appreciate all your comments. I paid attention intently. I read all your letters, and I will consider that closely as this item returns to us.
Councilmember Maxwell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I also just wanted to take the time to thank everybody for coming out here tonight. I know you all have families and obligations at home, but this was so important to you that you came out and decided to speak on it. I don't represent a lot of the folks in this room. I think a lot of the folks in this room are from the northwest part of Fresno. I represent the Fresno State and the Airport District. And so I don't represent you, but I know some of you folks. I know some of you fairly well, and I know you to be good people. I certainly wouldn't describe anybody in this room as a NIMBY. Quite the opposite. I see folks that have served our country. I see respected business owners. I see labor leaders, law enforcement, and I see parents just trying to raise their kids in a good neighborhood. So I appreciate you all coming out here, taking the time to let us know your views. I believe this is the neighborhood that came in and spoke a while ago about a proposed complex that was going to be going up next to an elementary school. And while I don't represent that district, I talked to Councilmember Carbasi, and I knew that wasn't a good fit for that neighborhood. You know, the high-rise looking over a school and the traffic it would cause, it wasn't a good fit. And so you have my continued commitment that going forward for Councilmember Carbasi's district, I'm going to do what's best for his district. That might look a little different for my district. I know there are some housing projects that we've been struggling to get off the ground and move in the past few years, much slower than they should be. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you all coming out, educating me on some of the issues you're facing in your neighborhood. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. There are no other council members punched up. Anyone else wishing to speak or comment at this time? Thank you. I'm sorry, we're not taking questions from the floor. I apologize. I'll talk to you after, though. Thank you all for being here. That concludes this item on the agenda. Like I said, there is no vote this evening. Thank you all. Meeting adjourned at 7:33 p.m.